Hello, hello. Welcome on in. Let's see, I think I have everything set up nice and new. I have a nice glass of water. You guys might hear me munching on something in a couple minutes. I'm making a pretzel to hold me off until after stream. Hi, Arya. It's good to see you. Hi, Lambda. Hi, Zoe. I was about to say hi to me. I wrote something earlier on in the chat. Hello, hello. You guys might be stuck in so I'll type in hello too. Just in case. So here we are. Hi, Chatty Maddie. It's good to see you. So let's see. I have nothing new in messages. I'm pulling up the... Hold on, everyone look away for a flashbang real quick. I'm gonna separate this. So it's over here. What was it? There we go. That way you guys won't see it. I forgot. I keep forgetting to ask Roots to make the color a bit darker so it doesn't give you guys a flashbang on your eyeballs. Yeah. It's me. It's the Blooba. The one and only Blooba. Someone's gonna like cancel me later. They'll be like, oh, didn't she know there's like several other more important Bloobas besides just her? And I'll be like, listen, I'm so sorry. I don't look up blue Bloobas that often. How you doing? Cryptid, guess what? What's up, Aria? This sounds like exciting news. What's up? How you doing? I got bamboozled. I ask you what's up and you give me the chicken butt? Oh my god. Stream's canceled. I'm packing my bags. I'm going home. Come on, baby raccoon, let's go. Me and baby raccoon are out of here. I'm kidding. Oh no. Successful rage bait. Oh no. A cat butt, maybe? Oh, no. Hi, Hide and Heart. Oh, a sippy? Or are you trying to say sup? I'm gonna assume it's a sippy. Here's your sip. Oh my goodness. But yeah, today, oh my god, it was giving me so much stress and anxiety. Everything's fine, but we did have to do like the extension payment stuff for the taxes. I'm so... But I don't like being that was the little message over here. Message up here. Like, raccoons don't have to do taxes. You guys ever go out and see a raccoon? That raccoon didn't do taxes. You go out and see a possum? That possum didn't do taxes. I think possums would be more capable of doing taxes than a raccoon. Not as like in a smartness level way, just out of the two of them, I feel like possums would be more okay doing, like, using a calculator than a raccoon would. I think a raccoon would just play and smash the buttons more, or they're more inclined to. I think you could train a possum more likely to, like, actually put something into a calculator and get numbers out. You've had a stressful day as well? See, listen, you had a bad day, though, Chatty Matt? See, this is why it's a Tuesday on the scale. It happens to also be an actual Tuesday, as people in the Discord let me know. But emotional-wise, it's the Tuesday. That's the goddamn Tuesday. Some researchers actually gave some capitalism to a species of apes. Oh no. Yeah, weren't they like trading things for like bananas and other fruits and stuff? It's also tax related for you, man. I don't like these taxes. It's so hard. Did you know? I was like, well, you know, I shouldn't complain as much because I guess other countries, like, they have higher taxes, but like they actually, you know, they have nice roads, they have good education systems and stuff. So I'm like, oh, should I actually like bitch and moan about taxes and stuff? But I guess I've heard rumors in other countries they just tell you what your taxes are. They just tell you like, oh yeah, here's how much taxes you owe, and then like if they're wrong you can like send in like a little paperwork and be like, actually I have this exemption too. But for like the most part it's right. They just give you a little thingamajig. Yeah, Canada tells you your taxes owed. This is they immediately made it into socialism. Oh, it's a Wednesday for you? You know, that's a bit better. That's not too bad, Zoe. That's pretty good. Possums might cheat on taxes. I didn't say they would be good at taxes. I just said out of the two, they would be more inclined. Oh my goodness. They also don't arrest you if you get anything wrong. So like, listen. I've been calming myself down with like at the worst case scenario, unless you're doing something huge and crazy and like actual money laundering and stuff. If you get anything tax stuff wrong, they just they just send you the bill. You just have to still pay the money. So that's when I'm like, okay, I'll calm down. Hi, superstar. Welcome on in. You have no idea about where we are with taxes and money, and it's stressing me out. I feel you. I'm so sorry, Hide and Heart. It's a rough place to be. Oh my god, my anxiety's been through the roof this tax season. It's been rough. I was doing, oh my god. So this is a fun little story before we get into critique time. Funny little short story. So last year, for the first few years, I had a tax person help with the taxes, and therefore I just paid the taxes and I paid them a little bit, right? And that was pretty good. I liked that. But then I started doing the thing where I would wait to last minute, and then I had more anxiety about giving my tax stuff to the tax person, even though they would just file an extension, right? It would have been fine. But I felt too bad about bringing stuff last minute to my tax person. So then I did my taxes myself, and I used the TurboTax stuff, right? You're slowly learning how to fix my thing in Archie? What thing in Archie? I don't pay taxes. Yeah, enjoy it while you can. Enjoy it. Last few years I did it with TurboTax, right? And it was fine. It was fine. Oh, the current world lore. Money laundering. Who said I was money laundering? I don't even know what money laundering is. That shop that sells only Christie statues of forgotten shows in the 80s is doing well financially and has not been part of a larger scheme. Yeah, now we pass by shops, and now that we can recognize and stuff, I'll be like, oh, that's a money laundering font. You know, like, oh, how cool. Like, that's probably a mafia. That's the mafia over there. That's the mob. That's okay. One of the knit stores I like going to has a sweet little old Russian lady in it. And I'm pretty sure that the knit store probably started as this knitting supply store, because it was so little, so cute. Probably started as a money laundering front, because it was so little and there weren't enough sales, but she had been there for years. And I think recently it's shifted. I think over the years it's actually shifted, where it was becoming such a staple in the knitting community here, and the yarn shoppers community, and the crochet community, that I think now it's actually like been going legit, and she's been moving places a bit. To going larger and larger stores, but it has enough customers that it warrants it. I think it was a money laundering front, but now it's going legit. I love when the mob sells things cheap for money laundering. Although in LA, if you're ever in LA, you will see the phenomenon of a store nobody goes into, and those are, you know, billionaires' wives who just want something to do during the day. Usually the mob restaurant is one of the better ones in the neighborhood. Cheap prices and staff that it gets to make the food they love. Yep. So that's why eventually sometimes you'll even see those kind of restaurants after a few years, if they're really popular, they'll turn legit. What was I saying? So yeah, I'd used TurboTax the last few years. Like, not sponsored or anything. I'm just saying, like, that's what I used. It was okay. It was easy. And this year, because, you know, TurboTax like charges you money too, right? It's not like free. So I'm like, you know what, Mama Cryptid, I mentioned, like, oh, you can technically file directly with them, and that's free, right? That it's free if you file directly. It's just using these other services they charge you. And I was like, okay, so to save some money, to make everything okay, I was gonna file direct. So I went onto the website. Mama Cryptid helped me out. We filled everything out. I itemized all the expenses. I put them into the right categories for the business stuff. I did everything. I submitted it all, and that's a lot of categories. That's because, again, it's business expenses, right? It's not like you just have a W-2 form. I, as a business owner, have to put in everything and show what's deductible, what was the supply cost, what was the traveling expenses, what's the meal reductions, I had to do all that. And then I went to, it was all done, it was all filed and formed and organized, and then I pressed like the next button or the okay button. Boom, logged me out of it. I was like, what? And I'm like, okay, but I finished the form. I was just going on to the next page. It should still have it saved, right? So I go back in. All the previous forms are saved. You know, just the general stuff about who you are, what your residence is. All the general stuff is saved. But all the forms for the business expenses and everything else, it's all gone. Gone. Oh my god. You can claim food on taxes only my traveling business expenses. So if Cryptid Roots, the company, goes to a convention, and I get myself food at the convention, and I buy me and my helper at the booth food, and we had the traveling expenses. Those count as a business expense to go do the business thing at that convention. So you have to like keep track of. It's not like any old food thing, right? You used to live there? Oh, tax fraud and scamming? Not like that she knows how that works. I think one of the first raccoons who would ever discover tax fraud, if taxes existed in the Cryptid Roots universe, I think Archie would be the first one to discover it. So I had to redo it all, right? Okay, okay, I was frustrated, I was upset, but you know, stuff happens. Maybe I clicked on the wrong button. I filled everything out again. I organized it into all the right things, and I was all done, and I checked where I was, and I went through the things, and then I clicked OK or accept, right, for the next thing. Boom. Logged me out again. Started over. I'm freaking out at this point. I'm like, I've done all this stuff twice. What's happening? I tell Mama Cryptid about it. I'm like, am I crazy? Is something wrong? I don't understand. So I fill it all out for the third time. The third goddamn fucking time organizing all these things. And I call Mama Cryptid over to like watch me do it. I'm like, make sure, like you click the next few buttons. So Mama Cryptid's like, okay, and like you click something else, you click okay, you click no on this one thing, you click yes on this other thing, okay, and then it's like reaches the end, and then like it's that okay button, right? It's this, and I'm like, Mama Cryptid's like, yeah, press that one, and I'm like, oh, you sure? You don't see anything else here? Mama Cryptid's like, yeah, that's the next button. I like had to take a deep breath. I'm like, okay, well this is the moment. And I pressed that next button. I pressed that OK button. Boom. Mama Cryptid witnessed it. I logged us out, lost all of the information, lost it all again. I was like, fuck this. Horrible website. Terrible thing. I'm like, is this doing it on purpose to drive customers to TurboTax and the other shit? So yeah, at the end, I gave up. That's 3 full times I filled out all those goddamn business expenses and stuff, and the supply cost, and who I got stuff from, and what the materials were, and how many like contract employees I had, and all the stuff. I'm like, fuck it, I'm going back to TurboTax. But then I was so mad because TurboTax wants to charge me money. More than last year, too. The prices have gone up, at least for business stuff. So I was mad. Let's see. Every few days I've been delivering groceries to try and make some extra money. The congressional campaign I'm working for, they sent me a bunch of footage to edit. I volunteered to do it, so it's on me for volunteering for doing a job. But I got really sick while delivering, so I'm just really desperately trying to get over this cold right now. Oh, I'm so sorry, Superstar. Hopefully I can get over it and I can get to the video editing soon. That's really... I'm sorry you're not feeling good, Superstar. And especially being stressed too and earning the extra money. Being stressed and sick. Oh my god, what a fucking combo. I feel for you. Made them set that up. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, is this part of the conspiracy? me struggling with this website. Is this part of the conspiracy? Oh no. You're halfway to your goal of 50,000 points? Oh my god! Let's see. You didn't just hear I saw it? Wait, what? Did you hear about the entire movie being leaked in HD? What? Oh, the Avatar Last Airbender, the new one that they're doing? The new one? Yeah, there's so many things now for it. I just want things to be good again. Okay. I heard that. I heard something with the leaks. I didn't know it was the whole movie. I thought it was just like bits and pieces of it. I didn't know it's the whole thing. My buddy was helping with taxes using the law firm he worked at. He took an LOA, so I don't know if he's still helping or not. Oh, leave of absence. But the firm has started calling me, and I don't know if he and my husband are still trying to deal with taxes books, or if I have to lie, or if they're gonna charge. I don't know anything. I'm just a small shrimp. Oh no! I get that fear where it's like, I don't know what I'm supposed to say here. Is this legit help? Is this off the books help? Am I gonna fuck it up if I say the wrong thing? Oh no! I'm so sorry, Hide and Heart. Can you like call the husband again? Can you ask the person? I know you said that the person that's helping you is on a leave of absence. Maybe your husband is more up to date on it. I don't know. Test screening for Avengers Doomsday has started. Ooh, that's exciting. What if we all just stopped paying? Surely the US government couldn't get all of us. Well, you see, then they would specifically choose who to get. They would choose who they want to apply the law to. There's this secret ingredient in the US government with who they choose to prosecute for certain law breaking, which is called racism. I don't know if you've heard of this. Oh no. Sunrise on the Reaping? I haven't heard that before. Is that something you're hyped for? Ooh, that sounds cool. Let me go ahead and see. Now that I have oh, it's Hunger Games. It's all. You play the dumb housewife if I don't know the answer. I've been there. Sometimes there will be people who come by, like trying to sell things like door to door, even though this is like a no soliciting area, and I'll like, you know, peek out or be out there or something, and they'll be asking me like, "Oh, are you the homeowner? Are you so and so? Do you have? When was the last time you changed your roof? When was the last time you did this? How's your electricity bill? What power company do you have? You know, whatever thing they're trying to sell you." So I'll literally just play it. I'm like, "Oh no, sorry, I'm just house sitting." And they'd be like, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just house sitting. Sorry, I'm not the owner. I don't even live here. I'm just house sitting." And they're like, "Oh, well, do you know when the owners will be back?" And I'm like, "I'm so sorry, dude. It's like 2 to 3 weeks." And they're like, "Oh, well, okay. Well, bye. Tell them we stopped by." And I'm like, "Yeah, no problem, buddy." And then they leave me alone. They don't sell me anything because I can't do what they need me to do. I did this. Wow. Many times when Mom and Papa Cryptid have been here. Like, I'll open the window or the door for them. They're like, "Oh, no, I don't want to deal with it." I'm like, "I'm sorry that the owners aren't here. I'm just house sitting. Bye. They'll be back in a couple weeks." The person's like, "Oh, okay, bye." And they leave. And Mom and Papa Cryptid are in the background like, "Oh, you can do that? You can lie?" And I'm like, "Yeah." Let's see. Also, I took the SAT and started your own Discord server. Yeah, I did see you message in our Discord that you had your own Discord server too. You and Heidenheart have your own thing set up. That's exciting. Oh, what does Nix mean? It means getting rid of. Oh, and Heidenheart already answered it. Yeah. I had a pretty rough day, but I hit my work goals. That's awesome. That's really good. And I'm feeling the urge to continue Blue's story right now. Hey, listen. Blue's a great color, and whatever character, whatever story it is that's blue, I'm sure it's fantastic. You have a server too? That's right. Chatty Matty's is also a streamer, and then they're also a mod for several other people in the writing and reading category here, such as Black Dragon Tavern. I was about to say, where's my lo-fi beats? Okay. You collect Discord servers like Pokemon? Oh my goodness. And you join those Discord servers? That's awesome. So let's see. I'm looking at my story submissions. The first one is Maximum Sharpie, who I don't believe... Mouse, please work. One of these days I'm gonna get a rat, just so I don't have to deal with this mouse anymore. Writing, story submissions... Okay, I don't think so. Maximum Sharpie shows up there next in the queue. Lord Sanctify is up after them. Streamers are bards? Oh, that's cute. You're a mod in 4 of them. The guys in Walmart with whatever internet service be annoying. Oh. In super small servers, being a mod is easy. Right? And it's been so much good. I thought I had so much more time to learn about having a Discord and being on Discord. And I'm so happy with the community that's happening here. But yeah, we've definitely grown a lot, so I really appreciate you helping out a bit. It's so much learning. There's a learning curve. Everything is based on stuff in your books? That's a cute little aesthetic choice. I like that. Oh, thank you for the bits, Superstar. You still working on getting all those points? All those roots coins? So let's see. So I don't believe Lord Sanctify is in. If they are, go ahead and let me know, Lord Sanctify. And after that, it was Heidenheart with garlic and gunpowder, but I think we did that yesterday and we switched it to your other story, the post-apocalyptic one. So if I'm not yesterday, but last stream. I think that's what we did, right? It was Heidenheart's turn, but we just did the other submission. If so, then it's Eli Illustrates. Oh, I can go ahead and just delete it. Okay, I was gonna leave it in just in case you wanted it in for next time. But let's see here. But I can go ahead and delete it. So let's see. Delete. Hi, Aaron. Yeah, Chatty Matty's hanging out with us. So let's see. I think it's Eli Illustrates. Let's see who's next. Everyone else. We're you know, we're complaining. We had a little complaining session about tax season and money, and we all got it all off our chest, and I think we're all feeling a little better after getting to grumble. But have you read my little demon baby on stream? The Uwu baby demon princess. The Uwu drug addict. It was so funny. You owed 4,000 for your tax? Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Aaron. No. See, we love making fun of our own characters. Oh. We'll just ignore that I need to call him on this chat. I'm so sorry, Chatty Matty. That sounds rough. Let's see. The next person is Hugo. I think they were in the Discord earlier. I was yapping with them a bit. Hugo, if you're in the stream right now, go ahead and let us know because you're up next. Otherwise, give me 1 second. I'm gonna talk to somebody real quick. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. You guys are all good raccoons, right? Nothing crazy. No money laundering schemes, right? No. Raccoons don't even have calculators yet. How could you? As soon as raccoons get calculators, raccoons are suddenly gonna discover money laundering. I gotta hide calculators from you guys as long as I can. Sorry, I was leaning over to the side. I was talking to Roots in the kitchen. Potato chips saw the deepest crevices of our souls. What do you mean? They're my souls now. They're not your souls anymore. We find out when something opens up. For context scripted, my mom freaked out when I mentioned my sister. Oh, I'm sorry. That's never fun. Who told you I have money in my laundry? Isn't it a thing in Canada? You guys can actually, like, wash your bills. Like, in the sink, like, with water. You guys can, like, wash it. They're, like, waterproof or something, or water resistant. Yes? That's fucking insane. We're, like, dealing with dirty-ass money like peasants over here. So did I look into the VIP anything anymore? I'll be real honest. I'll be so fucking honest. That had not... I hadn't had a single goddamn thought about that in my brain until just now. That was no, that was it was a thought going woo over my little blue brain. That was not even a thought in my radar. You got dirty money? Oh no. It's plastic money? Hi Nova, welcome on in. They're like plastic? Okay. Yeah, over here it's like actual, and we like rip it and tear it up so often, like especially when I'm vending and stuff. So many people like hand over like, you know, like the wrinkled and torn up bills and stuff. Our money gets like gets brutalized. It's so bad. It's like plastic. Say you can wash it and it's more durable, right? Here, like no, our bills are always like gross. They're gross. We have root laundering? Is that what it's called? Oh, well, Roots has root coins. So is it coin laundering? Would that be it? Is it just coin laundering? Let's see. So if Hugo's not in, it is Callie I'm not sure if Callie's still on stream. I think they left the Discord, so I don't know if they're still showing up to the stream. But if they do, Callie's still in the queue if they ever want to. It's Callie, and then it's what? Pops up occasionally. Okay. I'm not sure if Callie's in right now, but otherwise, what? You're actually up next if you would like. Oh, Adela takes so long to dry. I have Christix on my channel, named after my currency in my channel. That's cute. Currency on your book. Yeah. You and me had the same brain part. It's okay. We understood each other. We both messed up, but we got it. Coins uwu? Are they... No, they can't be uwu coins, right? Well, thank you, Roots. I love you, thank you. Oh, called Halos. Oh, for the demon stuff, for the post-apocalyptic demons. You had a dream where someone made a movie of your book, the beta. Oh, I think you mentioned this in the memes, right? But it was AI slop, and I was awful. I woke up in a cold sweat. That's horrible. That's traumatic. My head is still recovering from my PTSD. I can't. I'm so sorry, Chatty Maddie. It's really rough. I hope you're taking care of yourself. My little zombie angel character I made. Oh, that sounds cute. Zombie angel? That sounds awesome. So what? Let's see. You said okay. Was that okay to you being on tonight? Are you okay with that? This is the Vamp and Order, like the Law and Order, but with vampires continued. Got it. Let me go ahead and get it ready. Just in case. Google Docs. No, wait, what am I doing? Nobody look at me. I'm fine, I swear. I'm totally fine. Pressure at the end of the queue? I have no idea. I'm just going through them one at a time. Ada Lyra? And she streams like once in a blue moon. So hey, all good. Have a wonderful time over there, okay? Goodbye. It was nice seeing you for a bit, though. Where's my model glaring? Model? I'm not glaring. I'm happy. I just got a pretzel. It just came out of the oven. It's just finished it for me. You submitted during last stream? Okay. But yeah, bye, Aria. So, well, anyway, so this one is written a bit like a screenplay. It's screenplay adjacent. I think we mentioned before, right? It's not like, it's like earlier stages, right? It's not exactly formatted for a script, but we're supposed to read it kind of as a script, right? And it is Law and Order, but kind of with vampires, right? So we're having, you know, police officers, we're having the supernatural world interact with it. I think there is even werewolves and succubus characters, if I'm not completely making stuff up. So sorry if I'm getting things jumbled around. But I think it was really cool, right? It was the supernatural world with Law and Order. Let's see. Is there anything else you want us to focus on during this what? Or is it just going to be general critique? Or is there something like, no, this is where you left off. This is what I want you guys to focus on. Law and Order. Vampires Unit. Da-da. Just general critique? Okay. Nom. Sorry, I have my pretzel I'm eating. That's just the beginning. I believe we already read this part. So just to refamiliarize myself with it, we were introduced to Maria while she was in traffic. She was a lawyer, right? Yes, Maria, I think she worked in a law firm. Then we had Isaiah and Officer Chase. We have a victim that was Wesley Cardona. I believe that was the werewolf. Blah, 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 in order. So we have David and Isaiah. I believe they are the police officer partners. One of them is the vampire, which would be Isaiah? What'd you get from their sense? David said. So then, yeah. So Isaiah's the one who was smelling it, and then the Jane Doe was the succubus. Hello, hello. First time in chat. What are you working on? Hello, welcome on in. So this isn't actually my work. We are actually reading submissions from different people in the chat. And we're giving critique and feedback like a little writing group right here on Twitch. So this is from What16 in the chat. I forgot to put their name. Let me go ahead and put their name on the screen. My bad. By What16. I had to do a space. Hold on. Okay, there we go. And this one is the idea of it's supposed to be read loosely as a script. It's not perfectly formatted for a script yet, which is totally fine. But it's a script format for this idea of Law and Order taking place with supernatural elements. So we're having one of the detectives or one of the police officers is a vampire. The person that they've found who's dead is actually a werewolf. The partner who's dead beside them is a succubus. All this other different stuff, right? So we're analyzing it, we're reading it, and then you guys in chat as well can give feedback, again, as long as the feedback is nice. We don't need to be cruel for cruelty's sake. We can give helpful critique. Hi, Lord Sanctify. Hello, hello. What's the best way to submit something I've been working on? So just to let you know, it's in the Discord. You'll go through the Discord, and then it's a Google Doc submission form in the Discord. But just to let you know, there is a little bit of a queue. You could be expecting around a week or so before we might get to yours. Just as a heads up. Just because we're working through everyone else in the queue too, you know what I mean? It just happens. I'm just one little blue cryptid. I can only read so much. I think I submitted, but I'm going to make massive changes to it. So any way to have it postponed a good while, or you could help me a little with what's making me want to read you half my story. So whichever one you want to do first, if you want to have the critique, and then for the critique helps you rework it a bit, that's totally fine. People rework their stuff all the time based off critique, based off feedback, based off getting new ideas. So you could either do it that way, where we'll read it normally and you can work with it afterwards, and then resubmit in the future, right? There's no harm in that. Or if you do want to wait, then hey, all you have to do when I ask, like, oh hey, it's Nova's turn. Nova, do you want to be read tonight? You could be like, actually, I'm still working on it. Can you postpone it, Cryptid? And I'll be like, yeah, sure, no problem. It's not anything too spooky. It's not anything too hard. I'll just be like, yeah, sure, we'll move on to the next person. And you earned a follow? Oh, that's so sweet. I trust Maddie's vote of confidence. Yeah, Chatty Maddie's a really, really good bean. They also, I know, sometimes bring over Black Dragon Tavern Gaming. Sometimes hangs out with us for a little bit. They're really, really nice. I try to make this a nice place just to actually do the work of getting the critique, getting the feedback. Because I think sometimes as writers, it's really, really hard to find those communities. So I'm like, well, hell, am I going to sit there all the time and just complain about the lack of these communities? Or am I going to do something? Am I going to spend the time, you know, every other stream to focus and give feedback and critique? I'm doing developmental editing for my first book. Yeah, I'm doing it for the first act of the first book, just because real life got in the way and stuff. And I'm learning, so I'm a little baby developmental editor. I'm in training, I'm in progress. And Chatty Maddie was very kind and generous and willing to hear what I had to say, in return for me probably, you know, messing things up, learning, having to look stuff up a lot and take a bit longer than I thought. 280, don't remind me. Oh. I think the critique, because it's really bothering me with the dialogue, and it's too bland and just not flowing. Hey, like I said, every single thing that you as writers struggle with, some other writers and many writers before you have struggled with too. There are plenty of writers, myself included with Three Little Witches, that struggle with dialogue. We're like, what the fuck? Yeah, normally, I actually think in some of my earlier works, when I was working more on novels, I was actually really okay with dialogue. For some reason, for Three Little Witches, for this animation script, dear God, I'm like, how do words work? What do people say? I will say Cryptid Roots so far has given me some of the best notes on my thing, so I really appreciate that. Oh, thank you. Oh, wait. I'm never gonna look up the blush toggle. I don't need it. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. I'm glad I was able to help out a bit. pacing is your Achilles heel. But you know what? You should also be so fucking proud, because compared to your earlier submissions, right? You've submitted between 2 different stories, right? This Law and Order one with the vampires and the supernatural, and then your other much longer epic work that has multiple books in a world. And from your first submission to now, holy shit, what, you should be so incredibly proud of yourself to have done so much work, to have improved so much in a matter of months, a handful of months, to have worked so hard on your pacing and improved so drastically. Some writers spend years on that amount of progress. I always say, like, you should be so fucking proud of yourself. When writing, all ideas and how conversations work go out the window. Being the best silly gamma booba. No, please, wait. Back in my day, we didn't even have all these goddamn streaming services. Like 7 different stories since I followed. You submitted for the epic world building one you're doing, right? With the some of the themes are taken from The Witcher. They're not called Witchers. They're called something else. I'm forgetting the name right now. I'm brain blanking. There's that one, and you submit different things. You submitted like the story Bible for that. We've read some of the chapters for that. Some of the different characters for that. And then there's also the Vampire Law and Order. Which one am I forgetting? What other ones am I forgetting? Grim Warden. Thank you. Sorry for my brain fart. How long should the submission be? Like a couple pages, a chapter? I don't want to just throw a manuscript at you, huh? It's all good. So even if you throw like a really biggie, I can't say words, a really big project, like this one's 13 pages, right? Some people, Bobicus gives me stuff that's, 85, 90 pages, right? That's all fine. I won't read it all right off the bat. I read a couple pages at a time. You could expect like, maybe like 3-ish pages, 3 to 5 if it's like it flows pretty fast and I can get it done just to save my voice. But I read a couple of pages and I do a critique based off that. And then if you'd like to continue it, if you want more critique, if you want more feedback, if you want me to keep reading it, then you just resubmit, right? Nice and easy, not too hard. Like Bobicus, right? They did their first short story with us and I gave critique throughout that process. And then their second one, which is the 85, 86 page one that we're working through now. Now we're on pages like 50. And that was just a couple submissions, roughly like every week we read a little bit of Bobicus or so. So, fun story, I may have stolen someone's potatoes. Are you some medieval peasant stealing from the crown? What has happened? The crime, that's right. Okay, the Power Rangers one. I forgot about the Power Rangers one. You're right. That's the Greek-based one we were going off last stream. Also, Encrypted about to learn more about Claire and Cynthia in my stories universe with my outline submission. Very cool. Boil 'em, mash 'em, commit grand larceny. No, not the potatoes. We actually grew a couple of sweet potatoes a little while ago about the Cryptid family. To Botany Bay with you, rock the plank. Hi, Enya, it's so good to see you. Welcome on in. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. So I've been delivering groceries for InstaShoppa, and today in the car... Did my accent slip through a bit there? InstaShoppa. There was a bag of potatoes, and I know I had to deliver potatoes to someone. So what I'm worried is that I must have forgotten them. Anyways, I got paid from that person, so I think I just stole their potatoes. Oh no! Grand Theft Spud. GTA 7 submission. Bostonian slip treat. Oh yeah, right. You would think, being in Florida for as long as I have. And normally, I think actually my accent was basically gone. Then we like joke around it on stream sometimes, and now when I'm streaming, it's like this little thing, this flip switches in my brain, and sometimes it slips out now that we've done it jokingly on stream. Oh no. So the female victim was Natalie Verdugo. Is that how you say it? They were interviewing her sister Amelia. They're both succubus characters. Yeah. You're not the first one. It's not the first time on this goddamn stream. So I was born and initially raised for a while in Massachusetts, and then we moved when I was a kid to Florida. I've been a Floridian cryptid since then. Um, so I can say it normally. I could be like, oh yeah, I parked my car on Harvard Yard, right? They're totally fine. But I know the joke is like, I parked my car on Harvard Yard. You know, I know that's the bit. At least make French fries out of them. Do you like? I don't know how many people you delivered that day. Do you remember like what street it was, what neighborhood, what house? I don't know. I don't know what happens when you do that. To be fair, most Floridians assume Bostonians are cryptids. It was so. I don't think it's as bad now, especially since like you can't really hear the accent normally. But I know there was like a thing when we first moved down. I think Mom and Papa Cryptid experienced it more. But we all had the accent, right? We all had the northern accent. And as soon as they would hear that we were from Massachusetts, the instant jokes of like, "Oh, so you guys are massholes, right?" And we'd be like, "No. You can't say that." It was something like some historical recreation event too, like a little while ago, like in the past year or two. That joke got brought up again, and now as adults, Mom and Papa Cryptid were like, "No, you cannot say that. Those are fighting words. Shut up." Hey Cryptid, how do you do world building? How? I'm a Canadian. Your cat is being a little shit. He's sitting on your lap and being a nuisance. Oh my goodness. So cats are lucky they're cute, right? You made a pic for me? What picture? Is it in the Discord? What's happening here? Is it in the art? Should I show it? Oh! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What? Hold on. I had to show this though. I had to show this. Oh my goodness. Look at the little zombie angels. They have a little sign that says "We love Cryptid." That's so sweet. Oh, it's so cute. Thank you, Hide and Heart. This is adorable. They're adorable. Ooh. It's so cute. Oh, let me go back. Let me go back. There we go. There we go. Maybe ask me the question again after we're further along with what submission, Zoe, because I don't want to get too sidetracked along with all the different nuances and fun ideas for world building. So like we'll go further along in what story, and then we can have a little break and we can talk about world building. Oh. The succubus was dating Mr. Cardona, who was the werewolf. Amelia was standing up for her sister and being like, "Hey, don't slut shame us. She didn't lead that kind of life. She was a librarian and loved birds." There was alcohol discovered, but the werewolf had been sober for 2 years. And then there were 2 shot glasses in the bedroom. It either had to be work or back when he was an alcoholic, Amelia asked. For our enemies, for people who would hurt him. Work? Isaiah questioned. Yes, he was being overworked, and it stressed him out badly. He even snapped at Natalie one day it got so bad. One of his bosses was arrested for nearly beating a man to death. Wes was assigned to do his workload and half of his boss's work, Amelia said. Your cat is actively hunting your toes at the moment. Oh my goodness. Yeah, oh my god. One of the cats, Mischief, has started sleeping in my bed more. But one of the other cats, Monkey, she mostly sleeps in bed. That's her domain. She claims the bed. She claims cuddling with me closer than all the other cats, right? That's her spot. So she's been really, really upset that Mischief's been on the bed recently and getting all cuddly and close up to me. And so I went to bed after stream like a little while ago, earlier this week. Earlier last week? I don't know how time works. Well, a couple days ago. And I went down after stream, so it was really, really late, right? And I think Monkey peed in the bed and on all my blankets and stuff, and I was like, no! I'm so upset. I had to take everything off, I had to wash everything. I was so tired. I was like, Monkey, come on, you had to control your anger better, baby. Kind of stepping on my keyboard, getting on and off my lap, and being a demon. You need to give them more kisses, more pets, more scritches, more love, more hug, more cuddles. Give them attention. Oh, stinky monkey. And I know she's just being Gerber. She's trying to express that she's unhappy that there's some other cat also getting love and hanging out. But she has to handle it better. She's in a house. She has siblings. She has to cope. So yeah, that was the cat drama a few days ago. I had to fucking wash everything. Oh my god, I was so mad. Oh. The funny thing is cats. I think you're just another type of cat. So in their head, you're just screwing up being a cat, and they keep trying to show you how to do it. Hi, Baba. Did you guys hear his meow? I don't know if the microphone picked it up. He's meowing. I am. He isn't satisfied with it. More. More scritches. More love. More attention. She is confident of her huntress proficiency, but when you're praised anything in a sock, the bar is low enough to qualify as a tripping hazard. So then one of the detectives asked, hey Zay, isn't your wife an ADA? And I think you clarified to me because I was like, wait, what's an ADA? It's one of the people who works in the law office stuff, right? It was one of that sector. Yep, that's why I'm gonna call her office while you go update Captain Wells, Isaiah said with a smirk. I think we read this part. But I think we can reread this part. I don't think we were too much past this. Just to catch me up, because it's been a hot minute. Oh. So I want to eat my pretzel more. So there's the ringing at the phone. This is starting a new scene. So this is a scene transition. We switched perspective to these characters instead. You have reached the law office of Maria Pereira. This is Justin speaking. How may I help you? Unfortunately, she's in a meeting right now. Can I get your name and number? I'll have her give you a call when she's available. Okay, thank you, and have a great day. Bye. The authorities have yet to properly puke on the imported rug. Surely one more demonstration and they shall improve. No! Have you written a screenplay before? That's, Super asking what? Justin hung up the phone, leaning back into his chair. 2 more months until I take the bar, he thought to himself. So I think we mentioned this, before. With a screenplay, I know this isn't formatted right, totally fine. With a screenplay, it kind of depends on if this is gonna be something animated. Sometimes animated stuff, we do hear the characters' internal thoughts. Mostly for live action, though, and this is general, sometimes we do switch this around. For live action, we don't hear their internal thoughts. Generally. Someone's gonna point out, like, oh, in this case they did. I'm like, yeah, okay. Generally, that's kind of the vibe. So, for your plan, for your pitch, for how you're envisioning this series, is this an animated thing and we do hear those characters' internal thoughts? Or is this like a live action, like literally like Law and Order themed, but with supernatural creatures? In which case I might say, like, hey, keep in mind, we might not hear their internal dialogue. We might only hear what they physically say out loud. At least her script is part of the reason you don't do that is consider the writer overstepping on the actor's domain. I know most actors hate it when, like, writers try and tell actors how to act. Yep. So this is, it definitely depends on the bit, like I said, for animation, sometimes you do put in exact thoughts, kind of vibes you want to do. If it's a self-funded thing, if it's like your own thing and you're going to start a production, Three Little Witches, if it ever happens, that's going to be my own thing, right? So you can put notes in it because you're not overstepping anyone besides yourself. But yes, for live action script, then exact ways that characters do stuff, their exact motivations, their exact thoughts, that sometimes that you're right, it can make the actors or even the directors, the producers, not want to pick it up because they're like, oh, okay, this person's overstepping their script, we don't want to. You have to be. Sometimes people will even put in shot angles for a live action script. For a live action script, you don't do that. You don't put in shot angles. The other people will figure out the shot angles to properly convey the scene. But for animation, sometimes you do. That's why I was like clarifying, like, I wonder what way you're planning this. This was a spur of the moment. I don't feel like writing my other story. Okay. You wish you were more action-oriented in my writing. Hey, listen, we all have strengths and weaknesses, but most of our weaknesses we can improve upon. Most directors I know would get very annoyed with a writer doing that. Yep. Putting in shot angles, they would be very pissy at that. Yeah, that's why I said anything like a script you're trying to sell, a script you're trying to pitch, especially live action, they don't want shot angles. Sometimes animation you can do it if it's like an important thing. If it's your own stuff, like you are making your own thing, you are the scriptwriter, you are the producer, you are the director, then like, yeah, sure, because it's mostly just for your eyes then. Whereas most directors I know have very, very pissy as a baseline disposition. Oh no. When I mentioned it when I connected to my hotspot. Hey, all good. Just for you to direct it yourself. Exactly. Sam, I know the struggle. So yeah, it definitely depends what format is this planned to be in, what's the pitch for it. I know at this stage, it's just getting your ideas down, right? I think you've mentioned it's just your side story to work on when you don't want to work on your other bigger project. So we're mostly looking at, because otherwise then I could do things like, oh yeah, it should be formatted this way. This is how you do this. This is when you first introduce a character, the name should be all capitalized. This is how. I'm not controlling. I'm just right. Stop. Who told you to write my inner thoughts into the chat right now? I think I annoy a lot of people because I very much have that personality sometimes in real life where I'm like, no, I'm not being bitchy, I'm not being mean, it's just you're doing it wrong. I think it's the OCD. You're just talking to myself in my head? Yeah, that's a good way to envision dialogue. Sometimes even saying dialogue out loud gives you a better idea for the flow. I mean, I would say, like they always say with writers, if you want to get into TV, what they want is a pilot and of your own creation and then a spec script for another show. That's some good advice. Thank you so much for saying that, Superstar. Love that, and I really appreciate people who have the capacity for internal dialogue. Yeah. So that's the thing. So reading this, giving feedback and critique, what is this for right now? I think we're mostly focusing on general story. Anything else, like actually formatting it into a script and figuring out what way, I think that will be in like a second pass. So I sometimes mention it like, hey, just be aware if there was anything plot relevant in the internal dialogue, maybe look in the future of having that be visibly shown or physically spoken aloud if it's plot relevant. But otherwise, let's keep going. Good morning, Justin. Have the Telter lawyers set a date for the plea deal meeting? Maria asked. Yeah. They're meeting with Noah this afternoon. I think that's the wrong there. Also, you've received a call from a detective, Isaiah Wilkins, asking about that case, Justin said. Oh, so see, this is the lady. If you're curious, and this was a learning process for me, how they hire both TV writers, get through these writing camps that they do. Like Nickelodeon has one, CBS has one, network will have a writing camp, and what they always want is pilot spec for a specific show. That's a really good tip, Superstar. That's really cool. If you're, I think you're in the Discord, right? There is, hold on, let me look. Before I just blindly say things. There is just a writing section. There's a chatting section too, but I think there's a writing section. If you want to put any feedback or advice like that in the Discord for any other raccoons in the future to kind of look at, I think that would be really helpful. So like you need a pilot for your own show and then a spec sheet from a certain list of shows. So you're like saying like, yeah, see, look, it's not just my own idea. I'm a talented enough writer. Here's how I'm adaptable. Here's how I could write for another show too. So you could either hire me on as a writer for this current show, but also, I mean, hey, I have this cool show. I have this original idea over here. Isn't this cool? You gotta do both. You think the CW needs to send a few of their writers back through there? You wish you had more insider info like that? Well, hey, that's what having communities, reaching out to people like this, building connections like. That's where you learn it. You're coming from a construction professional background. Oh, that's super cool. And this whole writing world is a whole new experience for me. Oh, hey, well, welcome on in. Welcome to the world. I hope you, have fun over here. Have fun over here. I'm messing up my words. Why do you guys even listen to me? I hope you have fun with us. I hope you get really inspired. I hope you get passionate about this. And we're really excited to see how you, maybe one day when you're super cool and big and famous and popular with whatever creative project you want to do, maybe you remember how you feel started out like this and you're like, oh yeah, I should give some more insider info. I should give hints and tips and stuff. Oh, hey, thank you so much for the follow. And hey, I hope you like hanging out with the Cryptid cult. Those last couple seasons of The Flash were a nightmare. Oh no. How well you can write on your own and how well you can fit into another shows. I think they do that with artists for animation too, like storyboarding. They're like, oh yeah, you can do storyboarding for your own show, but can you match the art style and the pacing and the vibe of these other shows too? I think sometimes with storyboard artists, they want to make sure you can kind of go into whatever show they want to hire you for. I remember my peasant days, says the rich man. Spoilers, turns out all the cruddy writing was actually a Walmart brand melatonin vivid dream for Barry. Wait, what? My chat isn't live updating on my screen for some reason. Oh, I'm so sorry for that, Nova. That sounds frustrating. If there's anything that you're, struggling to see, hopefully me reading aloud most of chat sometimes helps a bit. Hopefully. So yeah, Detective Isaiah Wilkins was calling to Maria asking about this case. How do you say? Barry. It's not Barry, it's... They're both pronounced like Barry, right? Am I losing a brain cell right now? Is my blue brain cell off of my brain? Both clearly it was a shared bad trip. Mariah's face crinkled and her mouth twisted ever so slightly. If he calls back, tell him that I'm in court and to follow up with someone else who will be happy to answer his questions, Maria said. Okay, Justin said, confused. So this is interesting, because we ended off the last scene. Isaiah's gonna call his wife, who works as an ADA. Isaiah calls, asking about the case, and Maria's over here like, gross. I bears. Like a cryptid. A little bit. I'm dyslexic. Sometimes I come back in and I'm like, is my version of reality where these things are said the same way, is that wrong? Have I been living a lie this whole time? Okay, Justin said, confused. Justin was intrigued on why her and the detective were on bad terms. So yeah, see, this is all internal, so that would be really hard to translate to actors, as far as a physical script. So this kind of stuff wouldn't be in the final version of the script. It's totally fine for you to have it in this rough draft, just to be writing out and getting the story out, and keeping track of character motivations. Rough draft, early draft stuff, this is fine. But for your reference, for future scripts, this is that kind of stuff where it's not physically happening in the real world. So he's thinking, did he ruin a case? Was he terrible at testifying? Or did he give her a hard time when he was a traffic cop? You never told me how that date went, Maria said as she walked into her office. It was okay. Took her to a fancy restaurant and we had an alright conversation. She's in med school, which was cool, Justin said, following behind Maria. But, Maria said. But she's too much of a narcissist for me. Oh, damn! She fished for compliments half the time. When I picked her up, I complimented her dress, and trust me when I say this, it fit her perfectly. Halfway through dinner, she asked me what I thought about her dress twice. Twice! Justin exclaimed. Maria giggled. Doctors are self-absorbed. You get used to it. You should see if she gives you a second date. Do something casual. Might change your perspective of her. I'm sure you heard my audible gag from the Rockies. What? That explains the rock falls? Wait. Justin let out a loud sigh. I really thought Harper was the one. Sometimes I miss her. There are websites that can help you with that, she said. Ooh, Maria's very saucy. So she, in Spanish, goes, what the fuck? Justin, what did Isaiah say when he asked about Tyler Crane's case? Maria said sternly. Nothing really. He just wanted to talk to you specifically about it. Maria, what happened? Justin asked. Missing quotation marks here. One of Tyler's associates was found murdered this morning. Justin's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Oh, fuck. If he thinks this is connected to the Crane case, that could explain why they came up with the idea of a plea. Justin, is Colin in his office? Maria asked. Yes, Justin said. So Isaiah's calling one of Tyler's associates. Who was Tyler earlier? Maybe we haven't met Tyler yet, so I won't scroll through just in case. Maybe Tyler's a new person. And it's connected to the Crane case. So the next scene, Mariah stormed through the hall, heels clattering against the marble floor. She made her way to Colin's office. Mariah gave a loud knock as she twisted the door handle. Is this a new scene? I'm wondering if if it is two separate scenes, I'm wondering if the last scene should have ended with Mariah storming off to find Colin in his office. Pacing-wise, I think like ending with that motion of like storming off, camera angle changes. I think that would be a good idea. Oh. Oh, excuse me. Tyler is Wes's boss, and it's a point of view switch to Maria. Okay, and that would be a thing to ask what. So I always say, like, you guys can always give advice and feedback and stuff as long as it's nice. But yeah, do you want any more, like, help? Do you want any advice about scene transitions from Superstar? Since it seems like they have a lot of really cool ideas and stuff. Go ahead and let them know. So Tyler is Wes's boss, and it's a point of view switch to Mariah. So this one, writing-wise, you're right. We were following Justin. And now we're following Maria here. Does point of view change really matter too much in visual? So Mariah gave a loud knock as she twisted the door handle. What's the deal with the Crane case? She asked. Well, good morning to you too, Maria. How am I? Good. How are you this morning? Colin said sarcastically, looking up from his computer. I don't know the specifics yet. Noah's going to give me an update later on today. All I know is that we are going to trial, then out of the blue, they suggested a plea deal. This is still coming from Colin. Got it. We start a new scene. Interior, boss's office, day. Yep. So yeah, for when I was saying things like how to format stuff for a script, there's a lot of formatting rules. It's not quite the same as writing stuff out like a novel or a short story. There'll be things like the first time a character is introduced, they're all capitalized. When like different things, you'll normally like center sometimes a character, and then you'll have the dialogue they say, you'll have the action separately, you'll have whatever scenes are happening. There are particular ways to format things, and you're right, having the labels. I'm not sure if labels is the right word. I'm calling them labels. The labels, what scene you're in, if it's interior or exterior, if it's inside or outside a building, what time of day it is, helps make sure that the writers, that the team, because sometimes it's a group of people working on a script, right, are all being consistent and they haven't suddenly messed up a timeline. Like if one person was writing a scene and it was like in the afternoon, and the next person's like continuing the scene and they make it in the middle of the day, it's like, wait a second. Thank you for the stream recommendation. You were absolutely right. Aw, thank you. Hope I'm alright. Gotta go and prep for my own. Have a wonderful stream. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for a bit. I stream every other day. Right now until after this market I'm prepping for. It's just for a few hours. After this market, this weekend, then it's normally longer streams. Yeah, have a great stream. Thanks for stopping by. So they just got an update. Is going to give me an update later on today. I thought we were going to trial, then out of the blue, they suggested a plea deal. Meep meep. Maria sat on his desk. They're hiding something. Why throw away a winning case for a trashy plea deal, she thought. Yeah, see, this is another thought. So if it was animated and the internal thoughts were being spoken by a voice actor, this would happen. If you guys ever watched like Death Note, you know that those epic scenes where it keeps going back and forth between L and Kira, back and forth, and they're like just in their mind thinking thoughts like, if I choose to eat this apple slice from left instead of the right, then he'll know that I'm secretly the killer. And the other person's over there like, I know he's smart enough that he knows that if he eats the apple from left to right, I'll think he's the killer. So really, if he eats the apple from right to left, that's how I know he's the killer, and he's a psychological genius, and he's really the killer now. It's just the back and forth between them. Johnny Lightman? Oh, is that another show that does it too? I'll take a potato chip and eat it! It's such a funny scene. So yeah, they have a lot of voice acting over the scene. That's pretty normal with animation. Live action, it's not impossible to do, but as a trend, we do it less often. I've actually noticed it more in C dramas and K dramas. Me and Mama Cryptid are watching those. They actually do the voice over internal thoughts a bit in C and K dramas. So it's definitely done. It's just less often. No. Maria, I know that look, and the answer is no. Whatever gear is turning in that ancient-ass head of yours, stop it. It's Noah's case. Let him take the win, Colin said. You can do voiceover in live action. They do it all the time. It's just harder. Score is a very famous guy. One who does a lot of voice acting. Okay. Famous, yeah, that's true. That is one of the places where I said famously detective stories often use a voice. Yeah, that's what I said. It's not impossible. It's not like super. I'm saying in general, there's more live action that doesn't have it than the ones that do. But you're right, very genre specific ones, old school, those old black and white detective ones, or ones going for that vibe. Look at Spider Noir, right, for Spider-Man. Totally has that vibe. There are certain genres, certain things where we can purposely do it to fit into that genre, into that vibe. But if you're just going for everyday Law and Order, if this one is specifically kind of mimicking Law and Order, it's been a while since I watched it, but I don't believe that style used it too often, so you still could, but just be aware, it's a little bit of a harder sell. It's not in genre. Because it's very easy to screw up. The problem in live action, it can feel very clunky. Usually voiceover, it's employed to explain scenes in post-productions that didn't make sense. Oh no! Oh no! So yeah, that's why I say we have a lot of it in animation with anime, right? Because it's all voice acted, so it's not really... It's all being voice acted, right? Because they're all anime characters. The anime characters aren't really speaking. Everything's voice acted in animation. That's why I said, like, it depends. Oh. Oh, fuck, my pretzel's going cold. Ancient? You're older than me, Colin. Or have you started to become senile old man? That's not quite worded properly, Maria said with a smirk. An infamous example of this, something no one on this production team wanted to do, but was forced to by the producers, is the voiceover in the original cut of Blade Runner. Oh, wow. To be fair, Blade Runner is just cyberpunk noir. See, it's still in genre, it's still in spec. Oh my goodness, that's funny. That's a cool little fun fact. If that question ever comes up on a trivia night, like on a trivia games type stuff, I'm gonna be like, oh fuck, I got this. I fucking know it. I know it. And then my fucking blue brain's gonna like swap out words and say the wrong ass movie. And I'll say it super confidently too. Don't you worry, I'll say it super confidently while I say it wrong. Thank you for the hydrate. Here's your sippy. So yeah, the wording here is slightly off. I would just double check that. Haha, funny. Now get off my desk. You have cases to close, Miss Wilkins, Colin said. I'll just double check. Sometimes you are using commas when you're doing a second version of this draft. I'll just make sure to place maybe a few more commas to help with the dialogue and narration. Like, you're older than me, Colin, comma. Or have you started to become like an old man? Or how much is your memory starting to go? Like, what's happening here? So I think there should be like a comma there. Just double check where your comma should be. And that's just an easy little fix. Yes, you forgot a comma. Whoops, it's all good. Chapter 4 update. Lots of Blue's personality in it so far. Very cool. Maria gave Colin the finger as she exited his office. Purposely taking the long way to her office, Maria stumbled upon Noah in his office, frantically searching through files. So this, what Superstar was, I think it was Superstar, was mentioning earlier with the scene cuts. This would be a couple different scenes, and it depends on what you want. Do you want her exiting his office, now outside office in hallway, following her as she walks, and then another one, now she's outside of and going into Noah's office, frantically searching around? Oh, Colin is a gargoyle? Wait, did I miss that? Wait, did I miss that? I don't think I mentioned it. What? You had to mention that? I thought this was just a normal ass dude. Okay. So, Colin's is a gargoyle. That answers one of my earlier things with this, where I wasn't sure if the supernatural world was kind of hidden from the normal world. But if you can go into a normal law office and there's a gargoyle employed there and he has his own office, it sounds like the supernatural world is normalized, right? It's a normal part of life here to have these supernatural creatures and supernatural people. So it's normalized here. Okay. Ow. That's what she hints at with the old time. I just thought he was old. Sorry, I'm chewing. Hold on. Need any help, Noah? Maria asked, peering into the office. No. Yeah. Been swamped with paperwork ever since Telter wanted to explore a plea deal, Noah said. Do you know why they wanted a plea deal randomly? Maria asked. Guess they want to wrap this up quickly, he said. Nothing in Noah's file stood out to Maria. Everything was your standard prep files for court, except for one. So I would mention here, so it seems like suddenly she goes from peering into his office and just talking with him to now she has the file. I would clarify, like, hey, she goes into the room and starts helping him. She's handling the files. But you work on a congressional campaign now. That's super, super cool. You're the one mentioning earlier that you were gonna edit some footage for them, but you were sick, right? You're dealing with both stress and anxiety and doing all the extra jobs, and you were sick. Which is not a fun combo. By the way, I'm just working on editing these videos. Yeah. Hey, listen, it's all good. I know people lurk, people have me on their second, third monitors. It's not a big deal. We're all just vibing. You filed for a continuance, Maria asked. Yeah, I wanted to get Mr. Wallace's nurse to testify. With the doctor's notes and statement, plus the nurse, I could prove that his quality of life has dramatically decreased, and he may need an aid sooner rather than later. Noah said with a huge grin on his face. I'm feeling better now, so I'm gonna try. Don't push yourself too hard. Try to be realistic with how far you can push it and stuff too. But hey, I'm glad you're feeling a little bit better. That's good news. Try to. What's all the healthy advice people do when you're feeling bad? Some people have tea. Some people have gingers in their tea. Some people make soup or a nice broth. Some people take, is it vitamin C that helps with colds and stuff? I'm feeling under the weather? I don't know. I'm just over here, I'm just saying stuff. Don't listen to a blue cryptid on your screen. She doesn't know what she's talking about. So Mr. Wallace's nurse testified, with the doctor's notes and statement plus the nurse. So this Mr. Wallace, he was end of life, his quality of life was going down. He might need an aid. Holy shit, Maria said. Right? Now I have to sit here for a plea bargain during my lunch break. You know, I could do the plea bargain for you, Maria said. I wish I could, but Colin already told me to not let you in on this case. Bzz. Shit, I gotta go. Noah, in my professional opinion, take the win, unless you 1000% can beat them in court. Maria said, leaving for court. I would even say, like, so we don't know that she's leaving for court here. I was just, you know, picking up her phone and leaving the room. That would be what the scene technically is. Mountain Dew! Hi, Hugo, welcome on in. That's citrus. It was vitamin C, right? Right? What other... Was there another one? What's the other one? Meat. It could. What's the other one? Don't you have like an orange or something if you need more vitamin C? It's oranges, right? Sorry, I just finished up my pretzel. Okay. How's the queue looking? I believe we called you actually earlier. Let me see. Let me check the queue. We are on what right now? Delete that one. Yeah, I was actually calling for you earlier. So if you want to go after this when we're done with what, we're gonna then yap for a few minutes, and then you could be next to Hugo if you want to. So then, scene transition again. Any luck with the DA office? David asked. Nah, she's avoiding me again. Her assistant said she's stuck at court all day. I'll probably pop by the apartment later on, Isaiah said. Take it from someone who's been divorced 3 times. Don't do that, David said, patting Isaiah on the shoulder. David, you dog! You've gotten married and divorced 3 times? David! Sure, about that. Sweet. Perfect, perfect. Everything was perfect for 80 years, and then boom, it would be better if we separated. 80 years. Oh, so is she a vampire too? She up and moved back to Brazil within the week, Isaiah said.
Cryptid. Auntie Cryptid.
Yeah?
I have something I learned from some strange people. This bald kid with arrow tattoos taught me compassion. His girlfriend taught me to do what's right. The fireman taught me redemption. But the blind girl taught me scamming and tax fraud.
That's
it's
also
amazing. I've become a billionaire.
That sounds awesome, baby raccoon. Listen, all the other stuff, those are all just personality traits, and we'll keep learning and growing as persons through our entire lives. So you have your whole life to become a better person. But it's really good to learn early about tax fraud and scamming people and getting more money to be a billionaire. That's really good news, baby raccoon. I'm so proud of you. Maybe one day you'll be so famous and rich, and now you're a billionaire. You're a billionaire. Maybe one day you could buy all the fresh trash you want to put into your fridge. Wouldn't that be Wouldn't that be good? Oh, this will be your first time here? Nice. Isaiah said, putting his head against his desk. Remind me that once I retired to become a couples therapist for vampires, David said, laughing as he sat back at his desk. There is a game that's a vampire therapist. Have you guys seen it? It's so funny. I really like it. It's more of just it's not like action or adventure or anything. It's one of those just click through the story type ones. But it's so fun. You can choose like different interactions and how to be a therapist for vampires. It's so cute though. The artwork's amazing. I think the entire thing's voice acted too. You found that altruism and charity never filled that empty hole in my heart. The only thing that did was piles and piles of cold, hard cash. Oh my goodness. I think this tax season we've all suddenly been like, you know what? Actually, greed is good. Got what? Anything on Wes's phone records? Isaiah asked. Everything was normal except 3 days before Tyler Crane was arrested. Wes was blowing up his phone. 10 calls on Wednesday, 7 calls on Thursday, and 14 on Friday. All of them were ignored by Tyler. David said. Did he leave any messages? Isaiah asked, looking over his notes. Not one, David said. Yeah, it really will be. Thank you so much for being patient while I finish up this one. When did I start? 1, 2, 3. So did he leave any messages? Isaiah asked, looking over his notes. Not one, David said. Whatever happened on Wednesday morning is going to be on Wes's work computer. Telter more than likely is going to stonewall us until we get a warrant, Isaiah said, toying with the rubber band around his wrist. Do they know he works for Telter? I'm looking back up just to make sure everything's being, like, plot continuous here. Hold on. So we mentioned, I don't think we said what his job was, what the werewolf worked at, just that he was stressed at work, and that one of his bosses was arrested for nearly beating a man to death. But I don't think we actually got what the job was, or what his boss's name was. It's just his boss almost beat someone to death. Remember, the IRS doesn't care if you got crime money. They only care if you give them their cut. 25 stream streak. Oh, thank you so much. He's toying with the rubber band around his wrist. Wes noticed something was off 5 days before he took on Tyler's workload. If this was work-related, why kill him in a way fitting for a werewolf? Isaiah thought. So this would actually be a good thing to have aloud, rather than just an eternal thought. Have him think this aloud, because otherwise how are the viewers supposed to catch this? Hey Dave, did we ever check in to see if Tyler's a... you know? Isaiah asked. What? Yep and nope, but his wife was. David said, adjusting his glasses to look at his monitor. We should talk to the wife before I go see Maria after she gets out of court, Isaiah said, making air quotes. The judge's mouth moved, but no words came out. Only a dull womp womp like a Charlie Brown cartoon. Oh, so this is the kind of gag you can do with animation. If this is live action, this is gonna look wonky. Yeah, so from Maria's scene, we know that Tyler Crane is probably this boss. But for the two detectives, so I'm trying to keep everything continuous for the characters. I don't think it was mentioned to the guys who the boss was yet. Just that his boss, unknown boss, no name given for this boss or what his workplace was, beat somebody almost to death. We have Maria, she's talking about a case with this Crane person, this Tyler Crane. We're like, okay, this is probably plot relevant. We go back to the guys, they're meeting up again, they're talking about their phone calls and stuff. Suddenly they know about Tyler Crane, they know about all this stuff, they know that he worked for Tyler Crane, they know about all this stuff. I'm like, wait a second, did they learn that the boss was Tyler Crane? I don't think it's continuous for them. So I just keep that in mind. So something can make sense for the viewers, but it doesn't necessarily make sense for the characters to have gotten that info yet. So the judge's mouth is moving like a doll womp womp, like in Charlie Brown. My lo-fi, no. There we go. Why did Judge Carson get assigned to my case? He's going to drag this simple-ass case out listening to this quack who couldn't cut it, so now he's a public defender. I wonder who's Maria's texting. Fuck me. We've been here for 20 minutes. The guy got drunk watching the Knicks game. Harassed a couple people and then pissed on a sidewalk. That fucking simple. Justin thought. Okay. Yeah, so for a script, you might mention earlier this is Justin. Because I was reading all this and I'm like, who is this? Is this Maria? No, this is thinking about Maria. Who is it? It's Justin. Do you add doc tabs in your Google Doc Cryptid? Like in my personal Google Docs? I don't think so. I don't know how to do that. Again, I mostly actually write on pen and paper. I only write on Google Docs. For some things that were like going to be printed for schoolwork and stuff, like assignments. And when I didn't have like as easy access to pen and paper, but I had like my phone or I had an email account, I could email myself stuff. So most of the time I don't like working on the computer. I actually like working pen and paper. Because I can't do pencil, because otherwise then it'll tempt me to erase stuff I've written. Same with Google Docs. It's so easy to do a backspace. It's so easy just to take something and be like, oh, that's not right, and then you backspace it. And it's like, no, even if it's shit, keep. Hi, Baba. Hi, Baba. Were you trying to say hi? Were you trying to say hi to chat? Hey, don't say anything mean about somebody else, but hey, welcome back. Welcome back. It's good to have you. Oh, Baba, come here. Baba, do you wanna hang out and cuddle? We can hang out and cuddle. I love you, Baba Bean. Do you want to do any more meows for chat? Tend to forget you write on paper. I know, because so much of the stream is just Google Docs. But it's just for you guys. Womp on womp, charges womp womp. My words bore you, counselor? Judge Carson asked. Justin quickly adjusted himself in the chair so he could stand up. No, Your Honor, I was in deep thought. Nerves, you could say. The state is only looking for a $500 fine and 4 months probation for the charges of public intoxication and public exposure. Oh, public exposure. Oh no, he said. Okay, it had happened as their precinct handled the arrest. So they already knew when the sister brought it up. Oh, okay. So I would even mention, like, hey, that's like a... We handled a case like that previously, right? With that Tyler Crane guy. And then the sister could be like, yeah, the boss's name is Tyler Crane. You've heard about him. Okay. Just have a little scene in there. That way it's not like a little jump like, oh, wait, why do the two guys know about Tyler Crane? Just have a little scene in there where they mention it, right? They say it out loud. I have the toxic trait that I think everything I write on Google Docs is super genius amazing until I go and reread a week later and wonder if I was drunk. Hello, welcome to every writer ever. Well, actually, not every writer ever. Sometimes writers write stuff and then it's still not the best, but they'll keep rereading it over and over and over again every single time, think it's the most amazing thing ever. Oh god, why did I think I could do this? Yes, I have experienced these stupid little YouTube voice videos. I'm sure I can do political ads. We're rooting for you. You got this, superstar. It's all a learning curve. You don't know fully how to do it until after you've done it. Add some tab stuff on the world lore doc for draft and ideas to not use the entire doc as a draft. Ooh, that's really fancy. Hold on, sorry. Okay, phew. Okay, I have it up. I started this story called Mind's Abyss, which I thought was peak. I left it alone for a while, came back, and it was so unbelievably bad. So yeah, one of the things is that's why before editing, before you self-edit, there's normally the recommendation of you put it down for a while. You work on something else, and then you go back to that before you do your self-edit. Because when you're too close to it, you can't recognize all those flaws. So you need a little while, then you can see the flaws, then you can fix them, right? Everything you can always fix, it just takes more work. And you just do that, you do a few self-editing as much as you can, until then you're ready for other help. Like, you got as far as you can, now you need help. That could be critique partners, that could be writing partners, that could be editors, that could be other writers who give you critique. It's all part of the process. Hey, you got this wrapped up. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, Maria whispered. Okay, Mr. Watterson, since you're a first-time offender, I'm going to give you 1 month of probation along with 50 hours of community service and a $250 fine. Judge Carson said, banging his gravel. There should be quotation marks here. Like an SCP thing on you. I'm an SCP now too? Well, I haven't gotten a description and need your photo of maybe the PNG tuber. Sure. Mr. Watterson, is this Gumball's dad? Oh, is that the name used in Gumball too? I don't know. You're running into the editing paywall. Again, you would know if you... It's really great if you can afford it. It depends on what you're going for. If you are trying to self-publish, then yeah, you'll get whatever editing services you can afford. Sometimes that's a lot, sometimes it's not a lot. If you're being independently, if you are going to be an indie author, if you are publishing it yourself, if you are going to be traditionally published, then that is the allure of getting traditionally published, right? Of doing all the hoops to get traditionally published, because they pay for all the editors. Right? You get when the publishing company picks up your book and they sign the contract and they give you your payment up front, they also cover all the editors. They'll do the developmental editor passes. They'll do the line and copy editors if you're being traditionally published. So then in that case, you don't do it. You don't have to pay for it. You just do the best self-fixing that you can. Self-editing. You have Wattpad is where you post? You just slightly borrowed it. Oh yeah, because that's just Watterson instead of with 2 T's. Okay. Not the sentence I asked for, but a win's a win. Where did Maria go? She has a meeting in an hour, he said to himself. Justin walked towards the women's bathroom to sit outside and wait for Maria to come out. On his way down, there was a muffled noise. On his way down there, a muffled noise stopped him.
Monty Cryptid. Monty Cryptid. Monty Cryptid.
Yeah?
Can. When you go far away, WLLU. Will you come back home? Will you bring me back a present?
Are you talking about like the World Oddities Expo this weekend? Is that what you're saying? When I go to South Carolina? That is pretty far from Florida. When I go to South Carolina? Yeah, I can bring back a present. I was gonna bring back peanuts for the crow friends. Would the raccoons also like some little snackies? See, that's something from Archie. From Archie? Hold on, I have it on my documents by Archie Archives. Something. I can't even see the full tab. I have it on a really mini screen right now because I have so many things up for the stream. So hold on, I'll check it. I'll check it later. Snackies with Kool-Aid? You want Kool-Aid too? Like name brand? Hold on. Mama Cryptid's piping up in the background like, in this economy? You want name brand Kool-Aid? Some trad publishers will not take your book if you post it online first. This is called first publishing rights, and it's not universal. Yeah, there are like some books right now famously that have come out, right, and they're originally fan fictions with the fandom stuff filed off of it. So some publishers, especially now, it's getting a little bit more accepted to have done something, and then a traditional publishing house picks it up and still publishes it. But like me as a younger cryptid growing up and looking at the writing world, this was like almost unheard of. It's definitely a slight shift where sometimes you can do it now. But before, I don't really think there was much times of it before. They'd have to do so much changing of it in order to still get it published. Some have even picked up stories that are online, but it's something to keep in mind. Don't let it discourage you, though. There's a off-brand Kool-Aid. There's off-brand everything. If something's name brand, there's off-brand of it. Oh, why? Because they want to be... Yeah, because if somebody... Let's say you're a publisher, and you are going to spend thousands of dollars paying the author for the right of it, to publish it. Thousands of dollars for the editors to help that author get it into a printable version, right? That's not cheap. They're paying for multiple editors and multiple rounds of editing. So you've invested thousands of dollars into this, right? Then you have to pay the thousands of dollars to now get the books physically made and printed and shipped to all your different people. And then the little bit of advertising you do, they want the authors to do some advertising too, but whatever advertising they do, right? All this different stuff. You've invested as a business, which is what a publishing house is. It is a business. All this money into this book for hopefully someone to come by, think it's neato, and pay money to buy it. And then you're telling anyone who wants to read that book, if all the reviews, if all the interaction, if all the stuff is going around like, what's the name? Whelp, Tax Season. The new book is Tax Season by Cryptid Roots, right? Whatever it is. And if you're saying, if you put that book out there, and I'm like, oh, by the way, teehee, sorry, an earlier draft version of Tax Season by Cryptid Roots is already available for free. It's been viewed for free. It wasn't edited at that point, so everyone who saw that saw the lesser version of it. Has all this different stuff. Let's say it had typos, let's say it had spelling errors, let's say it had plot holes in it. So now everyone who remembers it is like, wait, why would we pay money for Tax Season by Cryptid Roots? That was a horrible book. There was like typos every page. There was a plot hole that was never figured out. There was all this shit. Why would I pay money for this in the bookstore? That's terrible. So then the first thing that comes out from this book that this publishing house has invested thousands of dollars into getting done, has a bad connection to it, has a non-quality version that's out there for free, that readers already have a mindset based off of, and they're like, no, we don't want to publish that, we don't want to put that, you fucking ruined it, what are you doing? You've tainted their fucking investment. You've given it out for free. You've given it out for free at a lower quality. People already have read it. People have already read it when it was kind of a little bit more shitty. They're like, why did we, no. So it's not petty, it's just business sense. Why would you do that? Also, some trad publishers will not take my book. Like, period. Yeah, that's why you need an agent. Hugo, I'm so sorry. There's a list here. There's a format. Do you know how many books they'd have to go through if people just... Some houses do accept unagented submissions. But it would be crazy. They wouldn't be able to blink without getting 1,000 new books submitted to them. How would they fucking go through it? So yeah, you get an agent first. The agent knows people in the industry, knows what those other people are looking for in the industry. And the agent passes it on to them, being like, hey, I think this book is what you're looking for. Here you go. You only have hot aid? Occultist drink of choice. Oh no. I've never in my 25 years though have seen this store. What store? Yeah, try and track down the original version of 50 Shades of Grey. It's very hard. Yeah, so normally when they do, if they realize like, hey, the original version was fan fiction, and they did the edits to change and get rid of that stuff for copyright reasons, right? They had to sometimes go and delete and try really hard to get rid of the earlier fan fiction version of it in order to not have it out for free at the lesser version quality. Yeah, he has already so many books. He's already making so much money. He can put a book out for free. That's just free advertising at that point. Irish English as Land of the Hills. Hi, Maximum Sharpie. It's good to see you. Broski, I don't want to track down any version of that book. But you know what we're saying, right? That's why publishers are like, no, if you've already put it out there, why the fuck would we pay you money for it? That's what? So yeah, nowadays it happens a bit. There are some books that have gotten that where it was a self-published thing or an indie thing or a fan fiction thing, and they still get publishing deals. But yeah, Alchemized, I was thinking also the Shy Girl, that was a thing too, right? That was out for independently first, and and then it got traditionally published. Now it's off the fucking shelves. Because there was like rumors of AI stuff. Put out the first 4 chapters, and the last page is a QR code to the full version. For what? Is this a reference to something? Oh yeah, the Shy Girl scandal. I haven't looked too much into it because depression and anxiety. I don't want to look at it too much. But I heard like, yeah, it was independently published first. They were an indie author, then they got picked up by the traditional publishing. I think I'm getting that story right. And then there was rumors of AI stuff, generative AI stuff. I think the author said no, it was like their editor before they got traditionally published that maybe had done it. I'm not sure. I haven't followed the story, but yeah, now the book is off the shelves. It's a whole thing. School is such a genuine culture that I refuse to acknowledge it as my own work. Started as Marvel fanfiction. I think it's Marvel, or is it like maybe like the Marvelous Miss Maisel? No, maybe. So, I don't know. I think it's Marvel. Okay, yeah. All good. So yeah, just so Hugo, what were you asking? Are you asking if you could put the first 4 chapters and the last page is a QR code to the full version? Is that something you want to do? No, like a marketing scheme. Publish the first few chapters for free to get people's attention and then sell the full book. That's not always like a marketing scheme. Sometimes authors do that to give you an example of their work. Like they're so certain of the quality in their writing and their story. They're like, listen, I will give you the first few chapters of the first few pages for free. You can see my quality of writing. You can get a sample of it without spending money. You can make sure it's something you're interested in. And then, yeah, if you like it at the end, then yeah, here's the thing. Now you can go buy the full thing. Plenty of books do that. Yeah, Monica just said Amazon does that. Even before Amazon got really big with the books. I remember, God, back in the Twilight era, there was stuff like that with Twilight. And Stephanie Meyer even published the couple things from Edward's point of view as a free sample. Very first piece of fiction I ever wrote was a crossover between Danny Phantom and the Assassin's Creed. Danny Phantom, oh my god, I love that fandom so much. I can look at them and understand what I'm seeing. It's a very good tool for that. Okay, we don't talk about generative AI too much in this chat, so just be careful. Outside where I live is a lake now. I also hear frogs. Oof. Oh, what happened? Hey, hello, welcome on in. Makes me feel good about my quality of writing. Oh, wait, hold on. Mama Cryptid! Oh, this is looking cool. Mama Cryptid is a bead artisan. They've been working on a new thing, which is, oh my god, what are these? Evil Eye? I know, evil, the type of necklace. The rosary. Rosary, there we go. I'm forgetting words, sorry. I'm like multitasking here. It's a rosary that's themed around the evil eye. So there's evil eye beads, and there's going to be an evil eye pendant on it. It looks so fucking cool. Mama Cryptid, you should be so proud of this. This is going to do awesome at WoW. That's it. I made it. It looks cool. I think someone's going to love it. Oh, the Oklahoma storm happened. That's why there's flooding.
Even looks nice and dark.
It does. It looks so cool. Yeah, Mom Cryptid's been working hard getting some bead and stuff, glasswork done for the World Oddities Expo. So that's what I was saying off stream right there. But hello, welcome on in. Let's see. But yeah, Mama Cryptid actually makes the beads. This isn't like you go to the store and you buy the beads. Like there's fire. There's like flame work, and she melts glass rods and she makes her own beads. It's really, really cool. So Justin heard a noise and stops him. The sound was coming from a supply closet. Justin drew his ear close to the door. Is that Maria, he thought? Damn it, Manny, what? The muffled female voice said. Who's Manny? Justin whispered. The muffled male voice is saying something in, I believe, in Spanish. Fuck, I can't hear them, Justin said quietly. Justin quietly peeled back the door, sneaking inside. He watched from behind a shelf as Maria and Miss Manny argued. I'm not looking into it anymore. It's not worth the money, Maria, Manny said. 10,000 plus your regular fee, Manny, Maria said. He says, you crazy bitch. I don't have a death wish, unlike you. Manny said, frustrated. In Spanish, I'll bark and no bite. If I knew you were such a big pussy, I wouldn't have hired you, Maria yelled. Maria, why are you yelling? Oh no! Oh no, they're gonna hear you! Maria's words pissed him off. Manny began to snarl. His eyes burned a bright yellow. His fingernails began to grow claws. Dun dun dun! Gotta love the land of unpredictability and tornadoes that say, frick you! Yeah, right? That's one of the things here. We're in Florida, so a lot of the... Same as yours. We're in Florida, so we have, you know, the hurricanes and stuff, and it is such a true thing about like hurricane parties and stuff, and you just stock up on the essentials, and you eat your ice cream before you lose the power, and you just keep the fridge and freezer closed because you might lose power for a few days, but you'll hang out, you'll bring out the grill, you'll make some hot dogs, you'll check around the neighborhood, you'll see whose house flooded. It's interesting being in Florida. Man, you don't want to do this. Think about your wife. Think about your kids, Maria said, brandishing her fangs. What the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? So he's saying this out loud? Justin tried to walk back out quietly, but the moment he took a step, the floorboard loudly creaked. Fuck, he whispered loudly. Justin? Damn it, Manny, I'm taking this out of your pay. Wait, I can explain, Maria said as Justin ran out of the room. Justin darted out the hall and through security. Practically throwing his bag through the scanner, he sprinted down the stairs, nearly falling at one point. Justin, stop! I can explain everything! Get into the car, Maria said firmly. Wait, what? So since you're on Florida, you must know what the Waffle House Hurricane Index? Yeah, of course. Of course. That's like asking, like, oh, you know... you know water's wet, right? You know sometimes the sky is blue. You know there's alligators in Florida. you know that's right. Like, yeah, 2 + 2 = 4. And there's the Waffle House Index, yeah. You got even more testing tomorrow, so you gotta go. Bye, Aria. Good luck on your test. We don't have Waffle Houses here, and I even know about that. You miss Waffle House? That's a funny thing to miss. It's funny to me. I learned recently through the American Wizard. What's the American Wizard? But yeah, so you're not in the U.S. Are you one of the are you European? Where are you from? But yeah, here it's absolutely a true thing of the Waffle House Index. And like, Lord knows, I've gone. Oh, you're in Oklahoma. Okay, so you just don't have to deal with the hurricanes too much. There's no Waffle House, so we don't know how to mess up the situation could be. Oh no. But yeah, it's absolutely a thing. I'm a peeing. Bad joke. but yeah, that's absolutely a thing. And even when I was a supervisor at stores and stuff, if there were serious storms, this is not a Waffle House, this is just general mall jobs, like at Spencer's and stuff. I think we'd still go into work if there were heavy storms, if there were tropical storms, and if there were tornado and hurricane warnings. That's still work day. I think you only are like, oh shit, if it's like actually a hurricane and if it's near you. Like, if there's a hurricane on the other side of Florida or like a couple hours away, that's not affecting you. You just got heavy rains here. You're still showing up to work, Chucklehead. What are you... what are you doing? But yeah, if there's like a hurricane, it's like actually like near you. Like it's gonna be here like during your shift. It's like incoming. Then it's like, okay, fine. If you're American when you go into the washroom and American when you leave, what are you in the washroom? European. So, Maria is behind Justin. She's trying to catch up to Justin. Justin is darted out of the hall. He's gone through security, which I'm guessing is at the front of this building. He's practically throwing his bag into the scanner. He sprints down the stairs, nearly falling. But then Maria's suddenly here again, telling him to get into the car. So did she go past him somehow and get into the car that was like outside? I would maybe explain this a little bit more because I got a little confused here. I'm like, wait, is this an accident? What happened here? So get into the car, Maria said firmly. How the hell are you going to explain that? He yelled. First, calm down. Second, get the fuck in the car, Justin, Maria said. Justin's body trembled and his heart raced. He stared heavily into Maria's cold brown eyes. Please don't kill me, Justin said. What is happening? So is the supernatural not normal to everyone else? I thought one of the guys was the gargoyle that was in the office. Maria let out a loud sigh. You're fine, Justin. I'm not going to kill you or do anything else. I'm simply going to tell you what you saw and force you to sign an NDA, she said with a big smile. He stepped into the car, closing his eyes, waiting for the inevitable. I'm a vampire. Manny the PI I was talking to is a werewolf. Most supernatural beings that you can imagine exist. We live by the rules of the council so that we blend in with humans, Maria said. So is the gargoyle not visibly a gargoyle? Is he a normal person, but he's secretly a gargoyle? Justin's hands trembled. Where are you taking me? My apartment. We need to look over these Crane files. Telter has my PA spooked about something, and we're going to figure it out, Maria said. It's normal to other supernatural beings. Yeah, I assume so. That there are also supernatural beings. And not many humans know. Okay. So then how is the gargoyle there in the law office? Does he not look like a gargoyle? Is he being played by Keith David? so if I'm thinking of the right person, that person has like an amazing voice, right? If I'm thinking of the right person. So yeah, maybe they're secretly a gargoyle. Do they have like a human disguise? He looks human. Okay, so then what's the gargoyle bit about him? If he goes out into sunlight, does he turn to stone? You're tired and need actual sleep. Good night. Good night, Nova. He was the lead character in the animated series Gargoyle. I fucking loved that show. That shaped me as a child. That was one of my favorite shows when I was a kid, and always came on at such a wonky time that I hardly ever got to see it, but I loved that show. Yes, okay, he plays the bartender guy in Has-Been. I was pretty sure that was him. I was like so sure, but I'm like, what if I'm absolutely fucking wrong? Oh, he was Goliath. Yeah. There was a Game Changer, which is by Dropout. They had some questions recently on one of their shows that was about gargoyle. Not recently, it was like in season 1 or 2. We were watching those, and they had some about gargoyles, and I got those ones right, and I was like, yeah. Who played the part of Goliath? Very cool. So let's see. Huh? No, fuck no. You're not going to skip past everything like it's nothing, Justin said furiously. Fine. You get 3 questions, Maria said. If everything is true, how are you out in daylight? He asked. Most vampires nowadays are daywalkers. Since becoming daywalkers, we don't need as much blood anymore. We can also be sustained by regular food, Maria asked. So this one, he asked one question. How are you out in daylight? She answers it but then it feels like she answers 2 or 3 other questions. So what I'm saying is you should get Keith David to be in your show. Alright, if only everyone had the budget to pay for all that stuff, right? To have famous people voice act for us.
Auntie Cryptid, Auntie Cryptid. Archie told me that humans have invisible stripes like zebras. Only certain species or something can see them, but not humans.
That's a fun fact. How did Archie find that out? Where did Archie learn it? Since certain species can see it, I wonder if raccoons can see it. Can you guys see their stripes? Can you guys see human stripes? That'd be an interesting fun fact. Okay, that explains a lot. You said something about a council. What's that? Justin questioned. They're a group of 9 representatives who regulate the rules that we live by to protect ourselves and mankind, Maria said. What's up with you and the detective? Wait, Justin asked with a smirk. Oh, what? Wait, why did Justin ask this? This is... Maria shifted her gaze, side-eyeing Justin. Oh, look at that. Here we are. Oh, look at that. We're here. That's the wrong we're. Should be W-E apostrophe R-E. Like, we are here. We are here. So this, I was actually really liking, I was keeping up with it. This scene of the explanation with Justin threw me off a little bit. It feels a little rushed here. Everything else, though, I really liked. He's on the dark web? Why does Archie know more stuff about humans? Are humans real? I thought they were just part of your fantasy novel. I thought they were like elves. Yeah, humans are real, or at least they're a little bit. In the Cryptid verse, they're really, really rare. Something happened, and now there's not as many people. But Cryptid, I really like learning about humans. It's a fun thing. That's why I like reading so many books and watching TV shows and movies. I like learning more about humans. Okay. Ooh. We're so close to the end. I was gonna stop here, but I think we're almost there. Well, we were gonna have some chatting time, and then we still have to do another one, and I have to go to bed early tonight. So I think I'm gonna stop here. What if you'd like us to continue this, and I hope you do, then feel free to go ahead and resubmit. But for my initial thing, I think the pacing was pretty good, except for this section here, the freak out with Justin suddenly learning about werewolves and vampires and doing all that stuff. Some of his stuff, I'm like, no, he could still be a little more freaked out. And I think Mariah could just be a little bit more straight to it. She could only answer the exact thing he's asking, and some of these other details, like, oh, we can be sustained by regular food and stuff, that could be revealed later and over time. Hi, Casper. Welcome on in. Ow. Sorry. So I would say this particular scene, the pacing of the info, how Justin's reacting, that kind of stuff, I think this should be the main scene to focus on. It's not quite up to snuff as the rest of the stuff. And then I actually think we already did the second critique, which was, hey, keep in mind, you had it in your notes, in your brain, that the 2 male detectives already knew about the Crane case, but that hasn't been stated, so then when they know about Crane in their second scene, it felt a little off. It felt like, wait, how did they know about this? So having an earlier mention of like, oh, hey, we know that case. We were on that case. Our buddies were on that case. We've heard about that. That was the Crane case. Something like that. A little mention of it would then keep it consistent for those characters. But really, those are the 2 fixes. Hello. So those are the 2 pieces of critique for this one. But genuinely, for movie scene pacing, I think you really nailed it, though. The scenes don't feel too rushed. Even Justin's one, right? The scene wasn't rushed with the pacing. It was just the character's reaction. Justin as a character felt a little bit rushed in that one. But the actual pacing of how long the camera's on these scenes, how much we're learning about these characters, the pacing for this feels really, really good. Hello, hello, Cam. It's good to see you. How's one join the queue? Yeah. If you join the Discord, go ahead and read the rules and stuff. And then in story submissions, that is if you want to join the queue to have your work read aloud here and get feedback and critique. If you just want to share your work but not have it on stream and not have me critique it, then there's just a general writing section where you can post your writing or writing tips and help and all the different stuff related to writing, but it won't be on stream. Okay, so the next one, that's all good. It's whatever you want us to work on. It's all good. We're here to help you guys out. We're, as in mean Baby Raccoon. Hi, Baby Raccoon. Baby Raccoon, have you actually really been giving much feedback and critique? I think you've just been sitting there on your new fridge. That's not too helpful, Baby Raccoon. I'm just saying.
Baby cat raccoon still alive?
Yeah, Mama Cryptid's in the background asking, like, wait, Baby Raccoon's still alive? I was nice. I didn't kill him. I was frustrated. He's fine.
I didn't think you would kill him. I just thought the fridge would crush him.
Mama Cryptid said that they didn't think I would kill him, just thought the fridge would crush them. No, Baby Raccoon's strong. Baby Raccoon's strong. He's strong enough to use a phone to call for a delivery service. Oh, big, strong, independent raccoon who can use a phone. But otherwise, that's where I'm leaving it here. Those are my 2 pieces of critique. But also, yeah, the acknowledgement of, I think you're pacing. You're really finding your footing in the pacing. I think you've done so much work. And especially for some reason, for script formatting, the pacing feels really good. None of the scenes in particular feel very wasted. On a like on a script level, I could see some individual things being cut, like her going from one office, being in the hallway, going into the next office. Some individual shots might be cut, but as far as like keeping stuff happening, scene by scene, each scene feeling a little bit relevant, I think it's been doing really good so far. But anyway, thank you so much for submitting one. That is that one. And then I said we could yap for a little bit, and then we have Hugo. Hugo up next, I believe, right? Let's see if Hugo's still here. Let me go to their section. Yeah, Hugo. 5. They said this is an original. 2 chapters introducing the main characters of a story I will eventually finish. Maybe. Chapter 1. A baby girl is led into the heart of the forest that wants to protect her, but Vern wants to protect the forest dwellers from humans. And then chapter 2, a woman wishes to escape the pain of grief, going through the motions of life until she has to confront her waning faith. Hi, Hugo. Wait, okay, so go. Just out of curiosity, how far down am I? Let's look. And again, it's not strictly in order. Like if the first person is actually oh my god, who was it? I said it. Let me load up this document before I get sidetracked. There we go. Story is no longer what? Story is Hugo. Hold on. Story is Control-C. There we go. Yeah, okay, that's shown. Wait, give me the thing. Okay. There we go. So let's see. This is Hugo's. I can go ahead and delete it. So it's not necessarily in order. Like the first person is in the queue is technically Maximum Sharpie, but they weren't here earlier when I was calling for people. So then we just kept going, right? We found someone who was here, and then we did that one. So it's not necessarily strictly who's first in the queue. I try to get them done first as long as they're here. But we do skip around the queue a little bit, right? It's not a bad thing. So Cam Gilbertson, let's see. Maximum Sharpie. Lord Sanctifies twice. Eli. Callie, Deathshead. Nova, Dew on the Grass, and then KM Gilbertson books. You are 9th in the queue, but I think you're only the 8th person in it. Some people submitted twice. We're gonna give you editor privileges. No! No, don't trust. Wait. Viewing. I'm in viewing. Don't trust me with it. Don't trust me with it. Oh no.
Monty Cryptid.
Yeah?
When you go for milk, who is going to babysit me?
What do you mean when I go out for milk? What? You keep your original separate? Oh, good. That's one smart planning. Very good. But yeah, sometimes like things, a cat will jump up on the keyboard. I'll click on something, and then I like click on again to emphasize something, and then it does something wonky, and I didn't mean to do that. I'll accidentally move things around in my own document. Like, don't. I'm not a natural Google Docs person. Don't trust me with shit. Mervin told him that I'm leaving for milk and not a trip? He's a bad influence? Mercy, Mervin. Mercy, Mervin, why would you say that? One, if I do just go for a grocery shopping trip, it's just a quick thing. Grocery shoppings don't take that long. Well, I'll be back the same day. It's not that bad. And two, I just babysit you on stream, baby raccoon. You're fine. You have a raccoon family. One of the other raccoons will babysit you. Maybe Roots would have to babysit you. Who knows? But also, you're fine. I'm just going on a trip. Just a few days. Just a weekend. So before we start this, was there something? The fridge? Oh, is it milk for the fridge? Do you want milk for the fridge, baby raccoon? Is that what you're asking? Do you want your own thing of milk? I didn't know raccoons like to drink milk. Yay, no bedtime! Yay, party! You guys think Roots would be this generous babysitter who would do whatever you want? Milky's is yummy? Oh my goodness. Is your fridge running? Well, then you better go get it. I know that human joke. I know that one. I know it. Hey, baby raccoon. Next time I go grocery shopping, I'll get you some stuff for your fridge. You can make a grocery list. Make a little grocery list. I'll go get stuff for you. You want milk? Add milk to the grocery list. Do you want chocolate milk? We have chocolate syrup already. You can have chocolate milk. You ran out of points. Oh no. So this is Mystic Forest Tales, Chapter 1, The Unnamed Child. So go ahead and let us know, Hugo. Is there anything in particular you want the critique to focus on? That could be vibes as a reader. Were we engaged? Were we interested? This could be about characters or dialogue or the pacing. If there's something in particular you want feedback on, let us know. Otherwise, it will just be general critique. That's all. That hurts. I'm gonna take a sippy real quick. The wheel spun and wobbled, clinging to the upturned cart's axle, squeaking and stopping. The child cried. Hunger gripped her, but neither mother nor father could feed her, or comfort her, or warm her. Just if anything would take away from people wanting to read it. Okay. Are you going for traditional publishing? Is that a goal? Are you looking to be independently published? Are you looking just to put this up as a fun thing? Is this for comics? Is this what's your goal here? What would you like the future of this piece to be? What are we going towards? They lay under the broken wood. Their bodies became part of the forest not long after. The bandits forced their spirits to abandon their beloved unbaptized child. The sun never reached the forest floor, but colored the leaves in the canopy above. Berries hung on a bush next to the child. Cooked meat remained stowed inside cotton and burlap on the cart, but she lacked the understanding to reach them. Not for this one. This is just a fun thing to distract from my main work in progress. But you still want it to be enjoyable. Got it. Okay. So, just for the first paragraph, so the spiel's The wheel spun and wobbled, clinging to the upturned cart's axle, squeaking and stopping. The child is crying, she's hungry, but the parents can't feed her or comfort her or warm her. They're laying underneath the broken wood. I'm guessing like the wagon turned over? They're like underneath it. I was first like, wait, what do you mean they're under the broken wood? I'm guessing when I kept reading that the cart was broken and they're underneath it. Because it's their bodies became part of the forest not long after. The bandits forced their spirits to abandon their beloved unbaptized child. Berries hung on a bush next to the child. So, as a technical thing, we're in the current scene starts with, oh, the child's next to the dead parents by this upturned wagon, right? Then it goes into the future. Their bodies became part of the forest not long after, right? So it's saying like that's decomposing. Their spirits left. They'd passed away. The sun never reached the forest floor. So that's talking about just all of the future. The sun never reached. Now we're going further into the future. But then we go back into the present day, which is berries hung on a bush next to the child. There's cooked meat, but she lacked the understanding to reach them. So we go in one paragraph. We do go around a little bit in the timeline, a smidgen, just a little back and forth a bit. So I'll just be aware of that. That can be tricksy. One of the things too is there are bandits. Why didn't the bandits get the food? Cooked meat is like pretty good, right? I wonder why the bandits didn't take the meat. That's interesting. For hours, the son heard the cries moving from one corner of the land to the other, hearing the pleas and pleasures of every creature it nurtured until it set. The night and the child grew cold. Her cries became murmurs but remained. Hi, Rebecca. You do the lurking? Oh, thank you so much. And hey, I hope you like hanging out here for a bit. Thank you so much for vibing with us. The moon rose, following the same path as the sun over the forest. She heard the cries and asked to see the child. The trees obliged, their branches and leaves rustling and creating a window for the celestial mother. The light shone down on the tear-stricken face. "Feed her," she commanded. "Bring her to me." The bush extended its branches to the girl and gave its berries. An owl swept down, taking some meat for itself, but giving most to the child. A wildcat emerged. It picked the child up in its maw. Humans no longer traversed the paths. Mother Moon and Father Sun had long ago hidden them. But the wildcat knew the way and took her to the forest heart. That is a human, Vern gruffed, the thick hair standing on his side. Thick hair standing on his hide. Yes, in the heart of the forest. A beastly wildcat brought her under Mrs. Moon's guidance, Mr. Mole informed the Minotaur. Standing on his... Okay, so he's a Minotaur. Thick hair standing on his hide. Like that. Okay, I got it. I caught up. They attempted our extermination. Indiscriminate murder. We responded by destroying a few dozen of their soldiers. Oh, because they weren't just traveling by. Okay. I know, Mr. Mole said, sniffing around for the tea on his table. And then they labeled us monsters. I cut them down then. I can cleave one more now, Vern stated, standing in the hut, taking care his horns didn't penetrate Mr. Mole's ceiling. Thank you for this information. Now, Vern, hatred is unbecoming of us. I don't hate them, Vern snorts out. I don't like them either. I just do as I must to protect our sanctuary. He ducks through the door. Mr. Mole dipped his muzzle into his teacup and sipped. The sooner we get rid of that thing, the better off we'll be. I meant like the sun never reached at any point in time. Yeah. Like the canopy is so dense that the sun can't reach the bottom. But it's still on a tech, it's talking about the future. It never reaches the bottom. Let's see. So if you're going back to that. So it goes a little bit into the future. The parents decompose. The son never reached the forest floor. That's talking broadly about the whole future. And we go back to the present. Berries hung on a bush next to the child. Cooked meat. They can't reach it because they're such a baby. They don't understand. So if you didn't want to do the time change for it, talking about the whole future, let's see here. I would just leave it as the son didn't reach the forest floor. Or the sun couldn't reach the forest floor, but colored the leaves in the canopy above. That's staying in the present moment for the scene. But going into the never reached it, that's talking about like the whole future of time. That's going forward in the timeline a bit. So that's why I say it's a tricksy thing. It's a tricksy thing. It'll sneak up on you. Where's my lo-fi beats? My lo-fi. There we go. Yeah. See, the sun only saw the treetops, but not the forest floor. The forest floor rumbled with each step Vern took. His sharp axe gleamed in the setting sun's light. The white bone handle, once part of a horse's leg, and a blade that covered his torso. Sharp axe gleamed in the setting sun's light. The white bone handle, once part of a horse's leg, and a blade that covered his torso. I'm not sure if that's a complete sentence. That one reads a little wonky to me. Double check that one. I could be wrong. My brain just could not be computing right now. I could be having a little blue brain cell moment, but just double check it. Vern carried it with ease. To think that a human would make it to the heart of the forest. His hooves sank into the moist earth with each step. I shouldn't let my guard down. I know what a single human can do when cornered. His nostrils flared as the scent of human flesh became present in the air. He approached the clearing during the first hours of the night. The moon still touched the horizon. He saw her asleep under the roots of a tree overhanging a half hill. The beast keeping her warm scurried at his approach. So is he going there the next night? So is the timeline the kids rescued because of Miss Moon? Vern hears about it during the day, and then he reaches the baby the next night. So like we've covered the span of 2 nights basically in the story. I'm just making sure I understand the timeline. Yes, okay, perfect. He saw her asleep under the roots of a tree overhanging a half hill. The beast keeping her warm scurried at his approach. So since the last sentence was about the moon, and we've established that it's Mrs. Moon, that the moon is kind of sentient in a mystical way and it's feminine, I would clarify, because this sentence is talking about the moon. He saw her asleep under the roots of a tree overhanging a half hill. So I was like, oh, okay, the root's up, and he's seeing the moon in the sky through it. He's up on a hill. But then it's actually talking about the baby. So I would clarify with this one, he didn't see her, because that could be about the moon. He saw the baby asleep under the roots of a tree. A human cub? The infant slept, the soft grass acting as a natural bed. Mother Moon's compassionate graces would have us killed. The child's chest rose and fell in the cool night air. Even if it invokes her curse, I have no choice. I must nip this bud before it flowers. His fingers tensed around the axe's handle and lifted it high above him. He had never before felt the weight of his instrument before bringing a life to an end. I best do this before she wakes. She won't know she died. The axe's sharpened but battle-worn edge reflected the moonlight onto the child, stirring her. A flutter of eyes, a smile. 2 hands reached for the silhouette of her assassin. Bring the axe down. Bring the axe down. But she stands. Oh, okay, she's able to stand. Okay, I wonder how old she is. At first I thought she was like a kid. Because it's like a child. Then it was like she couldn't get the meat. She didn't understand. So I'm like, okay, it's probably like an infant. It's like a fresh baby. And now she's walking. She's walking. Papa, she said in a voice as tiny as her body, stammering to her feet, and trotted towards him. I placed her at around 18 months to 2 years old. Okay. So here she already stands, but then after a line, she's then getting to her feet. So I would get rid of this one because it's the double. It repeated itself. And trotted towards him. She embraced his calf, her head the same height as his knee. He dropped his axe next to his hoof. It thundered as it hit the ground. It is my sworn duty to protect this forest from any threat. He felt the child's fingers weaving between his fur. I will do this tomorrow, while she sleeps. Do this, or should it be do it? I will do it tomorrow while she sleeps. Maybe that's more clear? Maybe it could be either or. Maybe someone who's a better copy editor rather than me would know better. Prying the human away from himself, he takes his axe and marches off into the forest. The next night he arrives, his axe shouldered. But he found the child awake. She lay on her back, grabbed her feet, and rolled around in the grass and dirt. Seeing the giant angry enforcer, the child stood and smiled, flashing 4 small teeth. Under the moon, a plant sprouts and blooms next to her. Papa, she said, plucking the flower, reaching for Vern, and walking to him. He trembled inside. Imperceptible to anyone but himself. Before she reached him, he turned and walked. Tomorrow. This will be done tomorrow, he said in a whispered warning to the Mother Moon behind them. So since he already says aloud, this will be done tomorrow, I don't think we need this tomorrow. The 5th night, with his axe sheathed on his back, Vern found the infant girl playing with a fox. Two. So we skipped a little bit forward. That's not bad. I'm just like making sure. Like, okay, we've done the 1st night, the 2nd night. This is the 5th night. Vern found the infant girl playing with the fox. She walked to the sly creature, hand outstretched. He pounced to the side before she reached him. Her laugh squeaked and squealed with each one of his jumps. Do us a favor and eat her, Vern growled. I already had a more appetizing meal that doesn't incur a deity's wrath, the fox replied with a silky smooth voice. And besides, I find her rather adorable. Hi, Zatara! You were playing Coral Island and lost track of time? Listen, it's been a stressful day for so many people in chat on the ranking scale that raccoons have for days. Not gonna lie, it's been a Tuesday. I think for some of us it's even been a Monday. The ranking scale has not been good today. It's been a low ranking day. So hey, if you needed some time just to play Coral Island and relax and decompress for a bit, more power to you. I totally get it. Are you having fun with the game? It's just, I really wanted to get into it, but I'm always, whenever I try playing those kind of games, I always get bored after a while, because I'm like, oh no, it's just focused kind of on the cozy vibes and like choosing a person. There's not like enough stakes for me to be involved as if it was like a game. I like doing a little bit more, like story and fighting stuff in my games, or doing stuff, I don't know. For whatever reason, more farming and dating sims don't quite itch my brain the same way. I wish I did, because so many of them seem interesting. I really want to play date everything, but I know I would be like frustrated and bored after a little while. I just know myself too well. Oopsie, I hit the monitor. Lots of fun. I also played Elden Ring in the same afternoon. Promised consort Radon chased me off again? Is that one of the characters in Elden Ring? One of the bosses? That's quite the gap. Need to have a diverse gamer diet. Listen, gamers need to diversify their diet. You guys need to have like the hardcore games, you need the soft cozy games, you need the murder mystery games, you need the action adventure games. That's a nice, well-balanced gamer diet. And besides, I find her rather adorable. I find her an imminent threat. Vern reached behind and pulled his axe. You find this creature that has trouble standing threatening? The fox wrapped himself around the child, his soft fur spinning the child as she coos. She will become a threat, Vern gruffs, and it is my sworn duty to rid this land of such threats. It's the final boss in the game? You've been butting heads with this jerk for a while? Oh no! Yeah, it's the final one. That sounds like it's like one of the hardest then. Oh no! So I find her an imminent threat. I know you find this creature that has trouble standing threatening, Fox says. I think that's a good use of it, of like the call and repetition of threat and threatening. I think this is good. She will become a threat. It is my sworn duty to rid this land of such threats. I think at this point, maybe we use the word threat too much. It gets a little bit repetition-y. So just be careful with that one. Was that one of the cats meowing? Inside or outside? Silly kitties. Your so-called sworn duty is to protect the dwellers here. No? And kind Mrs. Moon has welcomed her here. That may be, but she will grow. The fox bounces behind the child, swooping between her legs, sliding her onto his back. You can't defeat a grown human? Let me ask this. If one of your calves found themselves stranded in a faraway land, wouldn't you want to believe they were kept safe? That would never happen. Just sit, Mr. Vern. Watch us. She's already learning the ways of the forest. Vern accepted the invitation, dropping to his knee, then sitting on the grass, resting his axe at his side. Papa, she said once again, stepping to him. Vern's eyes softened. He untied the bow in her hair, letting it flow free, as nature intended. She's had a bow in her hair in the forest for like 5-6 days? Yeah, 6 days. Oh man, I would think her that stuff would have been long gone. Meet meet. On the 8th day, he left his weapon behind. The child slept, and he left her undisturbed. Child, he grumbled, you so insist on being my daughter, then I will raise you as such. The moon witnessed him looming over the baby. You must learn to love and protect the forest and its dwellers. He knelt next to her, caressed her cheek, and evoked a dreaming smile from her. My first gift to you, child, will be a name. Vanessa, daughter of Vern, child of the mystic forest. He plucked a flower, one with purple petals twisting together, and placed it in her hair. In her sleep, Vanessa smiled and whispered, Papa. I wasn't sure about the bow or how to express the idea. Hold on, I'm stretching. My spine needed to unshrimp. Unshrimp my spine. I definitely think it's a cute concept. I could definitely see it visually playing off really, really well. But in written format, sometimes those things that work in a written format don't work well visually. For visual media, some things don't then play off in the written format. It just depends. So I see that scene working so cutely visually. It is a hard one to make sense of in the written format. But otherwise, I think it's a really cute short story. This is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's 5 pages total because it's half of this one and the first page is a half. So I think it's roughly 4 or 5 pages total. So it's really cute for a short story. I think everything once Vern was actually like going in night after night trying to like work himself up to kill her, and then he kind of lets his guard down. I think that was very emotionally impactful. I think that was very, very sweet. I like it as a short story. And we do have this second chapter. I'll leave it for here today. Let's see. So we did a few little fixes. Those aren't the main critiques. So for the first critique, I think the intro, this starting paragraph, is a little bit confusing. I think it could have a little bit more clarity. So like again, like we focus on the wheel, that's totally fine. Clinging to the upturned cart's axle, squeaking and stopping. Right, so okay, this is upturned cart. We have this wheel, we have what happens. They lay under the broken wood. They have hunger gripped her. Neither mother nor father could feed her or comfort her or warm her. Some of the stuff that does get revealed in the same paragraph, so it's not like we can hide things from a reader. Let me organize my thoughts better. We can hide things from a reader and make things vague and reveal a twist later. Like we could make it vague, like, oh, why couldn't the mother or father feed her? Why couldn't they comfort her? We don't know. And then later on it's revealed like, oh, her parents were dead. That's why they weren't responding to their baby. They died in the crash. It's not really a held off thing though, because you reveal it in the same paragraph, right? So it's not a hold on to information and reveal at the same time. We know they died. It's one of the next lines is their bodies became part of the force. They started decomposing. Their spirits left. They passed on. So it's not a hide and then reveal. It's just this kind of like making it vague and then explaining it with more fancy words rather than just like saying it more clearly. So I think like focus in, really lock in on this first chapter, make it a little bit more clear of the scenario that the child is in. Because even I had to reach for a second. I had to like mentally reread it like a second time to make sure I got what was happening. Meow, meow. The only ones to ask for my name. Dark web made ads for my cat. The dark web's advertising Meow Mix. Man, the dark web isn't too bad anymore. I guess it really lightened up. Just advertising Meow Mix to cats and making them go crazy. Are they advertising catnip? Did they even go that far? Are they advertising catnip to kittens? What's going on? Second chapter gets darker. LOL. All good. But yeah, so I think this first paragraph, maybe the words you were more, it feels a little bit more like focused on the artsiness of the writing rather than clear and strong writing. So like really focusing on this first paragraph, make it clear, make it strong, rather than cool and vague sounding, especially since all the info that's vague is then immediately explained. So I'll just make it clear from the beginning. But other than that, I think it's a good scene to start on. Let's see. But also, I first had thought, reading it, which could be intentional. Hello, welcome on in. T-Aquarium? Oh, that's a cute name. That, okay, yeah, the sun's passing, it's showing the passage of time, totally good. But then the moon passes, but then these things have sentience on a mystical level. Hello, welcome on in. And the moon does respond to the cries. She chooses this child to go into the forest to be part of this. So now I'm looking back on the sun, like, Sun, why didn't you do shit? Oh my goodness. The sun's the real villain of this story. That's not a critique. That's just a funny little joke. Sorry. Tend to veer into purple prose. Hey, it happens to all the best of us, right? We have something, we lean into something, we're like, oh, okay, and then we work on it, right? It's just part of the process. It's part of what getting stronger as writers during our practices. It's part of getting critique partners and editors if you're looking to be traditionally published or self-published, helping them realize those things and point it out. Hello. Oh, thank you for liking my voice. I always feel so self-conscious about my voice. But welcome on in. Yeah, we're actually doing story critiques here. So this is by Hugo Moreno 35 in the chat. But people submit their stuff and then we read it and we do little bits of critique and feedback. And you guys in chat are also welcome to give feedback and advice. As long as it's nice, that's all. Thank you, that's very kind of you, T. I appreciate it. So welcome on in. Are you a writer, T? Or are you just vibing? Or is there something that you're working on? What kind of projects are you working on? What brings you to our neck of the woods? You were a writer? Wait, why is that past tense? What's up? So let's see. The keyword was, I'm so sorry. I stopped writing for many, many years, and I got back into it with streaming here during November, and I decided to focus on it. And it's been really, really nice to start building this community and start working on fun stories again. But yeah, for a couple years there, I could not. I just couldn't. What? Well, L? Wait. Say on Twitch. That starts with... I'm not sure if I get the reference. Maybe my blue brain cell isn't working. Cut them down. I can leave one. So let's see. Even Mr. Mole doesn't like the character. Doesn't like the human. The Forever Ye? How can you explain? I'm afraid of getting banned for saying it. Oh no. I'm so sorry. It sounds like it's a bad thing. I'm so sorry. Hey, I don't think that's a bannable word, is it? Oh jeez. I'm really sorry though. Sorry that your writing made you that way. That sounds really, really hard. Lots of love and kudos out to you. I'm really sorry. So I cut them down. I can cleave more now. Mr. Mole dipped his muzzle into this teacup and sipped. I like the fact that they're kind of... Some of them are more humanizing, right? Mr. Mole has a house, has a hut. Mr. Mole has tea time, he has teacups. I'm not sure if the other critters do. Yeah, we have a safe space and you are welcome to being here. Yeah, welcome on in. I hope whatever feelings you're going through now, I hope they're at least a little bit better. And hey, if you want to chat, please feel free to chat with us. But others, if you just want to vibe, hang out, listen to me on your 2nd, 3rd, 25th monitor, all good. But otherwise, yeah, we're trying to keep it chill here. I think there's so many places, even just in writing, right? Sometimes they can be very brutal, especially with writers trying to get critique and feedback. And I always want to be honest. I want to be helpful. I want to actually give usable critiques, like actionable critiques. Some people give critiques and they're not helpful. They'll just be like, I didn't like it. And you're like, okay, why? And it's like, I didn't like it. It's not actionable. So I was like, I want to make a space. When I was doing my rough drafts live on stream, I show my shitty rough drafts. I think I fully support a really shitty rough draft as long as it gets your idea out there. So I was showing my shitty rough drafts. And me and Chatter started talking about and giving advice and feedback and reading each other's work. And they were saying like, oh yeah, it's really hard to find places to get critique. And I'm like, you know what, you're right. A lot of forums aren't very active sometimes now, where it's just kind of the void if there's like 2,000 people posting their stuff up for critique and no one actually going into those things and actually giving critique. There's just kind of a void. All writers scream into you, but no one's actually doing the work to give the critique back. And I'm like, you know what? We can hang out. We can vibe. Let's help each other out. It just hit me that the human hater is the one that behaves the most human. Wait, what? The human hater is the one that behaves the most human. Yeah, the mole. I was like, he has a house, he has teacups, he has tea time.
Oh, it's not like animal farm.
Wait, what?
The more human the things get.
Oh, it's not Animal Farm. It's this little girl was dropped off in the. Okay.
Cute.
I actually read the email my boss sent me, and they said it isn't due to the 22nd, so I'm cool. I want to stop for right now. Hey, good on you, superstar. It's all good. I'm glad you have some extra time to recover, feel a bit better, and then you can have time to work on the project too. That's much better. Sometimes it gets silly here, just a warning. I don't know what you're talking about. Creative one, I don't know what you're talking about. We're the most serious chat. I'm the most serious streamer. I'm the most serious Cryptid. I'm the most serious Blueba. But you go out there, you find anyone who's more serious than me. You'll never be able to do it. I have my eyes closed and chatting. You guys can't name anyone more serious. I can't see it. Oh. Yeah, people forget the constructive part of constructive criticism. Even just like actionable advice. Like sometimes people will be like, "Oh, your characterization of this character is inconsistent," and you'll be looking at it, right? Because you're the writer, and you're like, "Oh, what's inconsistent about it?" And they're like, "It's inconsistent." So like, I normally, if I can give a critique, I'm like, I really genuinely try. I only give a critique if I can look at the text and explain why. I'm like, this section here, this is why. Compared to this section here, this is why. This is why we're seeing it. Because otherwise it's really, really hard to sometimes even take advice and be like, how do I implement it? What do I change? What do I actually do here? What is the problem? Oh wait, Ritz is here too? Where was Ritz? I'm gonna read right now? Sounds good. You're reading the trash can? She's locked in 100% of the time and never gets distracted. That's right, that's me. Never been distracted before, even once in my life. You guys try to find a clip where I got distracted. You can review all this footage, over 100 VODs. Never been distracted once. I can guarantee it. Oh. I really like long sentences, so adding 2 or 3 thoughts into one. Quoting that one, oh my god, yeah, I had a really bad experience with some critique partner that was giving them like crazy advice that was not helpful or even like at all near correct. It was crazy. Usually just get, I like it, and I have to pull teeth to get people to tell me details on what could be improved, right? She's super serial business in here. Super serial business. I refuse to let one of my friends read any more of my stories because he's really good at tearing it down. Oh no. But never comments on what does work or how to fix the things he disliked. Yeah, see, sometimes some people can be brutally honest, and that's fine. Some people are more interested in the brutal part of brutal honesty. And that's definitely like, you kind of learn more about people when they are really interested and just having the excuse to do the brutal part of brutal honesty. If I like a story too much, I will tell them that I don't think I can offer good advice to improve because I become too biased. Even then, part of a critique is still listing like good and bad things. So even then you could be like, hey, I like this too much. I don't think I might be biased. I don't think I can find many things wrong. But if you were looking for things you accomplished well, it's this, this, and this. I like this scene. I like this characterization. These dialogue lines are good. This scene made me fall in love with this character. Also, knowing what you did right is so fucking helpful as a writer. Oh. Saying, but I've come to understand that people are busy, so I try not to take it personally anymore. I'm not very aware of all the fixes and how and what to do and the overwhelm of certainty that I am on a slower wavelength than others at keeping track of stuff? Do you mean like it's hard to keep track of like characterization, themes, pacing, like all the different stuff? It's definitely stuff you kind of learn over time. I've been learning a fuck ton just doing this, just being like, yep, I am live, this is not pre-recorded, I am reading stuff blind, and fuck, I have to not only identify stuff that's sticking out to me, I have to explain it, I have to use good words. I wasn't doing this too much before. I was just doing this like casually with Mama Cryptid, watching shows and reading books and stuff. So being put on the spotlight and just doing it, it's been a huge, very fun learning curve. But yeah, I've been learning a lot here doing it. I sometimes need to reel my advice back so I don't come off as too harsh, because that's the type of critique I like. I definitely am realizing that. So some of you guys know, because this was doing so well and people really liked my critique and feedback. I'm so sorry, Hugo. I'm so sorry. I got distracted. I'm so sorry. Let me just finish this real quick. But people are really liking it, and I realized out of the editing styles, I can point out some line and copy editing stuff if I notice it, but I work better. My brain naturally functions more towards developmental editing stuff, right? Towards big picture stuff. And everyone seemed to like my advice so much and was looking into it, and people were asking if I was an editor. And I was like, fuck it, why don't I try becoming an editor? So I took an editing course for developmental editors, and I started, Chatty Matty sent me their book, which I'm going to do a developmental editorial report on just the first act. His life got too busy. But I've been learning how to be an editor, right? Had to go make ramyun for the hubs? Oh, behave raccoons. Yeah, that's right, everyone behave. Everyone's good raccoons, though. So I was doing all that, and while I was doing it, because being an editor versus being a fun little critique partner, right here on stream, unless you submit a couple times, I normally keep it to 1 or 2 critiques. And then if you submit multiple times and you can handle the critique, then I give you any more and more critiques as I find them, right? Because then it's like, oh, okay, this person's not going to be hurt, they're not going to be insulted, they can take the critique. That's different from a critique part of just pointing out what you know to like an editor. An editor has to go in and find everything in their scope, and that is a different level, and it is a more brutal level. Not in like a, oh, I enjoy tearing this apart, but this is just factually looking at every single part of your story. Everything, the theme, the pacing, the characters, the dialogue, is this scene necessary? Is this side character necessary? Is this actually foreshadowing? Is this not? Could this line be cut? Could this paragraph be cut? Could this chapter be cut? Could these 2 chapters and these 3 side characters be cut? It is much more brutal. It's much more harsh. And I had to like look back on that, and I was realizing like, is that where I want to take this? Would somebody who comes into a fun little Blue Bus stream, a fun little Blue Bus, like, hey, here's 1 or 2 things, like, so good, thank you so much for being here. This is a very encouraging place. I like this being an encouraging place. But with somebody who has that experience of Cryptid, and then would want to go on into the future, if I ever became an actual editor, right? If I actually did this professionally, and then got a edit from Cryptid and it's expected, it's industry standard, pages and pages and pages, line marks, red marks everywhere, of brutal stuff, of hard edits to do, of cutting out characters, cutting out chapters, of this character that you love doesn't work, of this scene that you think is really pivotal is not consistent with where we should be in the story, that this has to be moved. It's a lot more brutal. It's pages of telling you all the stuff you did wrong. I'm not gonna, I'm okay with those critiques. I think there were some authors who their books shine after those critiques. But I also had to take a step back and realize, like, would somebody who possibly did this, because it's all under Cryptid Roots, right? It would all be underneath the brand name. As somebody who hey, welcome on in. Okay, here's 1 or 2 things you could do. Thank you so much, bye. And then got a critique, got an edit. From critique to edit. It is a brutal part. Editing is a brutal stage of writing. And I had to think in myself, I'm like, am I willing to do that to my audience? And then is my audience willing to 69 bits? Noise. Thank you, Creative One. That's very kind of you. But yeah, I was definitely realizing it, because I'm learning, right? I was learning with Chatty Matty's piece. Realizing that difference truly, and I'm like, oh. You started with Goosebumps and then moved into Animorphs. Wow. I praised the Potter, then I watched the first movie, so I never read the first book. Melissa, I didn't read the last book of Twilight. Now I'm in C.J. Archer Mystery and Magic book series, Glass and Steel. Oh, very cute. So yeah, so that was one of the sexy number noise. Yeah. But that's one of the things. It was definitely realizing the difference of a stage, how different the scope is. From a little critique, I can point out one or two things, and that's totally fine. To an edit where it is industry expected, I am held to a standard. Go and find all of the stuff with all of these themes, with characters, with the plot, with plot holes, with what characters know, with what they're thinking, with the writing. Dang, not enough to boost the channel points. You know, the worst part of that is that pennies are voided. Wait, what? What's voided? What about pennies? No more. There's no more pennies? That actually happened now?
Yeah.
When did that happen? Huh. Shit. You guys are catching the live reaction of Cryptid just discovering pennies are voided now. Not just that pennies in the US is gone. I still have pennies. Wait, shit. This is bad. Oh, that's pretty. That's pretty. I like it with the red beads. Sorry, Mama Cryptid's here real quick. I like it with the red beads. Now, this one you would need a clasp with, right?
Yeah.
But that's pretty. I like it with the red. I think that's a good accent bead, Munzabear.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think that could be cute.
It's more stuff for the booth. Everyone say hi to Mama Cryptid.
Ha!
The US became a lot less lucky. Bye, pennies. Yeah, I had no idea. I knew that was a thing being talked about for a while, but it's been talked about for...
Look at your cute little booba.
Wait, no, don't say that! Oh. Yeah, they say hi. Mama Cryptid discovered the word blooba and has been using it. Oh no. So what was my first critique? I'm focusing back on this a little bit. We have the two critiques. You rock. Oh wait. Yeah, you met your quota once more. Good job, Zatra. Huge congrats. So you got to play 2 different games today and you met your quota. That's awesome. Look at you. So I mentioned the first one, and I think you're aware of it. Leans into a purple prose a bit. You're keeping things vague, but then immediately revealing it. I'm like, just reveal. We don't need to hide something just to immediately reveal it. Be a little. We can still be a little artsy about it, but be a bit more direct. Have that little balance with the opening one. After that, I really like Vern. I really like Vern's scenes. And there was some just typical things of like, hey, there was some repetition. Like thinking tomorrow, but then immediately saying this will be done tomorrow. Alright, we can get rid of this little thought here. That's just repetition. My resolution is sacred. I write, even if my day destroyed me. You're a braver raccoon than I am. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much for the bits. Not the band, not to Mama Cryptid. Yeah, so yeah, I think you already realized the thing of like, hey, sometimes there's purple prose, sometimes there's a little bit of repetition, but I tried to point out some of the repetition when I noticed it. Let's see. I really like the format of every day he keeps coming by and he just kind of keeps chickening out of it a little bit. He gets a little bit more and more won over by her. I think the Fox character is really good. I think the Fox's voice was pretty good. I think the Fox had the most distinct voice. It's Zatara's number? Aww. That's so cute. But yeah, you have I think the most strict I was with my writing craft was during November when I was doing the rough draft every single day. And then I kept up with it off stream for a while. And then just the realization of like, hey, I'm balancing this developmental editing attempt, I'm balancing the streaming, I'm balancing the business stuff. I was balancing the health of the family dog for a while there too, right? There was too many things to balance. I did fall off the wagon for a little bit, and the plan is to get back on the wagon probably after and focus more on my writing for the Three Little Witches after giving Chatty Matty their edit. I'm mixing up critique and edit now, oopsie. If you noticed, he went from axe in hand to its sheath to it missing completely. Yes. I think that was a really good symbolism of showing how much he's not really planning on following through. Like, okay, it was on his back, and then the next day he doesn't have it at all. I'm like, yeah, he's being won over. Will ye May the words? Oh, is that one of the challenges for May? Is that one of the things? I don't keep up with all the writing challenges now. I'm just doing my own. I barely know what day it is. That's when you become self-employed, and then besides for Sunday, because Sunday doesn't have mailing, so mail doesn't go out on Sunday, every other day is the same, because you wake up whenever, you do as much work as you can, and then either you're streaming or you're not streaming. So it's really, really hard to keep track of days. I barely know what months it is, except for we do quarterly taxes, so I had to pay attention when the quarterly taxes are near. I do like this scene of his eye softens, he does something cute, and it's this particular connection of the cute things also as nature intended. Something a little bit more natural, and a little bit more nature-y, but it's something a little cute. I just, in my head, maybe because I have long hair, and I tie it up with ribbons and I tie it up with bows sometimes. I do different things with my hair. I'm like, man, a little kid rolling around in the grass, sitting up, going through all this different stuff. I'm like, I don't think the bow would still be in her hair. How would the bow be in her hair? She would have ripped that hair out of her scalp already. So I do think there is something here. But if I'm being really nitpicky, and this is me being nitpicky, I will admit it. This is a nitpicky critique. I'm like, I want it to be something else other than a bow. Fixing it, taking it out of her hair. I'm like, it should be something else. It's held with mama magic. I do more works on Sundays if I could buy beer before 11. Oh my goodness. I actually did that with a harpoon the other night. With the sheathing stuff. Okay, here's where I'm stuck with the bow. He takes it out and then replaces it with the flower, like removing her former life with her new one, which is really, really cute symbolism. So I'm trying to think, okay, we want something with the hair. We want something that's more nature, something as nature intended. He gives her something new to represent this new life. In your case, it's the flower. What else could we do with the hair that's not a bow? It's not just a bow in her hair. I'm thinking. I'm not like giving you like, oh, yeah, go figure it out. Sometimes editors will give you that though. They'll just be like, yeah, this is an issue. You go figure it out. In my head, I normally want to give like an idea. A little baby, but oh. Oh no! Oh, baby Bonnet's cute! Little baby Bonnet is cute! Baby Bonnet's cute. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, baby come into the forest playing with a fox and has a baby Bonnet. No! Oh, that's so cute! Oh, that's so cute. Wait. I think a bonnet is better than the bow. That's more reasonable. It'll be tied around underneath her chin. It would be starched, so it could get dirty. Maybe even having it over time, it gets dirty as she's rolling around in the dirt as she's been hanging out with the animals for a few days. Want to see the cutest shit in the world? What is it? Cheek squishing bonnet. It's so fucking cute. Oh no. I'm very protective of hair. I know. I've been trying to... My hair when I was still in high school, or maybe early, maybe in middle school, it went past my butt. Now I had so much stress and anxiety that my hair started breaking off, like, around the butt. The shortest it ever got was below my waist, but above my butt. And I've been working on and doing a lot more things. I've been braiding it more often. I've been putting it up when I sleep. I started trying to do a silk hair wrap thing when I go to bed. I could not stand that. I do not like something wrapped around my head when I sleep. That was getting very difficult. And then one of the things, I was actually thinking of having a veil when I go out, because that's supposed to protect from, like, dust and dirt and all the goddamn cat hair in the house. I'm looking at you goddamn kitties. Keep your hair more clean. I've been looking at different, like, hair protective methods for my hair. It's grown at butt level now, so that's better. Oh, yes, it's on Discord. It's on Discord. Wait, hold on. babies. These are younger. I'm not gonna show them on stream because it is too cute. Two little kids, but they're super cute. there's one of the older kids who has gorgeous curls in her hair. Oh my goodness, gorgeous curly hair. And then there's a younger bitty baby one with has the little hair wrap, like the bandana, not a bandana, but like the little hairband. That's like all fabricy and has a big bow on it, and they're smiling so big. They're wearing a little onesie. So they had the little onesie to. Oh my god, so stinking cute. Oh, the oldest. I'm so sorry. My bad. Yeah, the old one, gorgeous curls in their hair. So good. But yeah, they're little. I'm not gonna show it on stream, just in case for safety purposes. But yeah, they're super stinking cute. That's cool. We keep his hair long. It looks so gorgeous. That looks like healthy hair. Those curls are so well defined and bouncy. What's it called? I'm trapped. Paisley? About what? About like paisley, like the flowery print type thing? About the print? Is that the bandana design? Is it? Like the... Let me look it up. Paisley? Let's see. Paisley is a pattern, yeah. So, I was thinking, I'm like, it's like a print pattern. But maybe I just don't know. Maybe it's also like a... But it's like, it's a wrap around your head. Like a little... Not a bandana. That's like a square fabric. But like the little headband that goes across your forehead. I mean, I wish I had hand tracking so I could move my hands and you guys could actually see it. Like it's a little, like, headband of fabric that goes from the front of your forehead around to the back. It's like a headband. And then has a big little baby... like bow on it. Bringing Cryptid to search fabrics. Listen, you never gotta ask me twice. Cryptid is a fabric hoarder. That's what she goddamn is. We have in the house there is a bedroom. It's supposed to be like an in-law suite. It's part of the grandparents section. Anyway, there is a bedroom. And a few years ago, me and Mama Cryptid looked at it like, we don't have guests. Who needs fucking guests? The grandparents don't really stay over much, but what's that room being used for? You know what that could be? You know what that seems like? That room smells like a fabric room. We converted this entire bedroom. Something for like a human being to live in. We're like, no, fuck that shit. We're like, this is to store fabric. And then that room got too full. So then the sewing room, because the sewing room and the fabric room are different rooms. The sewing room now also has additional shelves built in to hold the boxes of fabric. And then if we buy any new fabric, I just hide it around my room in different little places that I forget about. And then I find them in a few weeks or a few months' time. And I'm like, oh, hey, I love this fabric. And then I use it. So you never got to ask me twice to look at fabric. Lady shop is such an unfamiliar term. Just in case, listen, I do mistakes all the time. Sometimes there's words that I don't know have another meaning, but I'm like, oh, it also works like that. You guys, listen, I'm a pretty smart cryptid, but that doesn't mean I know everything. There's all sorts of things to learn. We freed her from her bonnet, letting her hair flow free in the breeze as nature intended. Very cute. I think a bonnet works better because they're tied underneath the chin a bit, so it would make sense. It's not yanking on the kid's hair. It's just tied underneath the chin. It can maybe even be dirty after a few years out in the forest, so it's good that he's getting rid of it anyway. Part of my historical costuming nerd self is like, no, nature intended you have dirty, wonky hair. You should braid it. You should have it in the bonnet. It protects you so well. I'm curious, is a waist cape for a belt or part of pants? It can be either or. A waist cape just literally means, one, it's a confusing term. Some people will assume, if you're talking about normal capes, that it is a waist-length cape, that it ends at the waist. It's a mini cape. So some people will assume that. Other people, it became a newer thing. It's that flowery, like half circle, full circle of fabric at the waist. Some people put that into the waistband of the skirts or pants or whatever, so it's attached. And some people who want to add it on to any outfit, regardless of the skirt or pants, add it to a belt or have it has its own belt to it. You know what I mean? Like it can be whatever. It's the same as like how a dress has a skirt you're talking about, and it has a bodice. It's kind of split between those two. The upper part of the dress is the bodice. The lower part of the dress is the skirt. That's what you would call for it. It's just a section. The waist belt, the waist cape is a type of thing, and how you attach it to your outfits or your garments. You can do whatever you want with it. But she's in a magic forest, so your hair gets healthier and cooler instead of matted and split. Thank you. I love I love fantasy world so much that kind of stuff can happen. You can also like be living in the magical forest for years and years and be an adult, and like your skin is like perfect even though you don't have a skincare routine, and you have like perfect eyeliner somehow even though you don't have eyeliner. You still have beautiful eye makeup when you're all grown up. What else is it? Your legs are perfectly shaved even though that character historically would not be shaving their legs. So many things in fantasy. I'm not poking fun at you. I'm just laughing. You're like, oh, like genuinely, I'm like, it's such a funny thing with fantasy, right? Especially when we see it in movies when it's turned to live action. It's always so funny. It's not even just fair. You have some characters all the way back in book 1 that have waist capes. I know because I looked at it and then I initially thought, I'm like, wait, does that just mean a short waist length cape? And then I looked it up to clarify if there was any better terms to describe specifically the little cape-like fabric only at the waist, falling down across down your legs. So I had looked it up. So it's all the way back in book 1. Should I give a better reasoning for the son's inaction? You don't have to. Maybe if it continues, like as the story goes on, you could explain it. If you're asking if it's needed, I don't think it's needed. I'm letting you know my reaction as a reader. You can decide if that's the intended reaction you want. So when I first read it, I thought, okay, this is the author describing the passage of time. The sun is going over throughout the day and the kid's still crying. I thought it was, like a metaphor. Like, yeah, we're treating the sun like it's alive, but it's not. The night and the child grew cold. Her cries became murmurs, but remained. The moon rose, following the same path. And so I'm just thinking, like, okay, this is like three lines describing the passage of time. She heard the cries and asked to see the child. Trees obliged to feed her, she commanded. Then I'm like, oh, the moon's alive. Oh, okay, this isn't just a metaphor. Like the moon's actually like, okay, she's doing magical stuff. So I'm letting you know, as a reader, they're not going to quite know yet the sun is actually alive. It's a metaphor. Here's the click, like, oh, they're actually like real. They're like alive. They're like commanding the force to do stuff in a magical, mystical way. Got it. So if that's what you're okay with and that's the intended effect you want, that's perfectly normal. If you want the readers to instantly get the sense in this fantasy world, like, hey, the son's like a real living being, he is ignoring this baby, then I would clarify it. Being a stern father that lets nature take its course, preferring to nurture the spirits that reach him rather than material bodies. Oh, so do all the spirits go towards the sun? Preferring to nurture the spirits that reach him, because nothing really touches the sun. They burn at fire. So I'm guessing like this, do the spirits, does nature kind of reach up towards the sun in this one? 3 houses why I love waistcapes. Okay. Or just keep that in the back of my mind. I think either or. It's not a wrong way to do it. This one, sometimes I'll get a critique like, yeah, this isn't hitting. Yeah, this, maybe rework this if this is what you want. This one, I think you could go either way genuinely. I think it just depends. How do you, when you're conveying this story to the readers, I've told you the 2 different reactions the readers could have. Which one do you want? I think it's just entirely up to you. Both are good. Both are absolutely fine. Maybe before this, the spatial bodies did something that identifies them as having life first. Is that a justifiable concept? Like eating, but I don't know if the language itself can clear it up. Are they that alive? As in, like, this is like a physical person avatar of the sun and the moon that are like eating and interacting. I assumed it as like a mystical woo sense, like the the moon up high, and then you're hearing this stuff, and they're like, no, like, oh, the moon's commanding us to feed her, to bring her out to the moonshine, to moonshine, the moonlight, all this different stuff. Maybe I interpreted it differently. So I think it just depends. I don't think either one's a wrong one with this one. I think it's just personal preference for you as the writer. How do you want to convey it to the readers? But I think both are fine. What's the most inane thing you jumped down a rabbit hole for to research for writing specifically? God. I need to think of the lore a bit more. Hey, that's all good. Zoe the Archivist has been making me think more about the lore for Cryptid. I'm like, shit, wait, I haven't been thinking that hard about it. I was just developing it as we went. And they've been asking me questions and stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, I have to figure this out. Lore. Because all the advice when I was looking up how to start VTube and stuff, everyone was like, oh, don't focus on your lore too much. It's not that important. You can always come up with the lore later. And I was like, okay, I have general vibes. I'll make this fun little intro bit about Cryptid leaving the swamp and discovering humans outside an abandoned 811, right? Like, roots. General vague, right? It's like 2 sentences worth of lore. I'm like, that's it. That's the funny bit. The lore's developed from there. I think at this point, I think I have some concepts and stuff for Cryptid, but for the lore, for like the world building and stuff, but I think at this point like 80% of it has been decided by Chad and the raccoons during streams. It's so funny. I catch pieces a bunch because work, bearing in mind my limited awareness divided with the job in front of me. Oh. Fall below the waist. Did I hear lore? Creates the board system and general understanding on how the board replaced the internet in the Cryptid universe. Oh no, yeah, see? It's not even that, it's like coming up with the news station, the abandoned Channel 6 news station, how do power outages work, I had to explain that, like, oh yeah. Grocery shopping, I came up with on the stream how the reason why everything's always restocked is just because Cryptid believes that the universe is kind of bending to what Cryptid thinks makes sense. I came with that up on stream on the fly. I had not thought of that before. That was not part of her original lore. It was just used to explain. Like, somebody asked why, and I'm like, oh yeah, here. It's just really been a game of playing pretend with everyone. Thanks for the critique, but it's bottle and diaper time. Good night, Hugo. Thank you so much for sharing. I hope the critique was helpful. It's a really, really strong piece, and I hope you submit some more work in the future. Have a good night. Goodbye. There we go. Sorry, I think I got too distracted there. I don't know if I gave enough critique. My bad. Both are fairly long. Lord Dirt Patrol is standing by. I actually have been thinking about the board thing and how it works. Yeah, amazing progress, Hugo. 100%. That was a really strong piece. Did I delete it from the queue? I think I did. But otherwise, yeah, that was... I feel bad. I'm like, maybe I got too sidetracked there. Oopsie. Also, a reminder from the past, how do you do world lore? Oh, great question. Thank you for remembering to ask me that. Thank you. So one of the things is it may depend on what stage you are in the writing progress. Because sometimes people start a book and they start with an idea for the world. Sometimes people start with just a character concept or a name or a general cool scene they want to play out. And I've done stories based off all of that, right? Sometimes I think of a story first with the character. Sometimes I think of it first with the world or the setting. So sometimes you're at different stages with where you are in world building. Totally fine, totally normal, totally natural. Not a wrong place to start with any of those. But if I am first starting something, if I'm making up something cool or unique with the world building, the general advice, and I think it's very, very applicable, is not to, unless it's a super, super world heavy lore building, right? Like, think Lord of the Rings. That is super heavy into the lore building. Even part of the lore is that, it's all been translated into English, right? That's not 20 years old? Yeah. So one of the concepts is come up with a unique thing, one thing that you would change, and then how it would apply to everything else. And And you normally need to go just like 1, 2, maybe 3 steps down from there. This sounds vague at first, let me explain. There is a Tumblr post on it that explains whenever you come up with a new concept for world building, you just need to go 2 or so steps down from it. So if you have a concept, I think they used alligators in the sewers and vampires, if you guys are familiar with this Tumblr post. I'm going to do something else. If you have a concept that says, I have, in my fantasy world, one of the unique things that happens in it, I'm gonna say all the dragons are, let's say, owners. They're landowners. They are landlords of different regions. The dragons are landlords. And I just came up with that right off the top of my head, right? The dragons are landlords of different territories on Earth, right? In this kingdom. So you have that concept. You're like, okay, now you have to do 2 steps down from there. So you're like, okay, what are some details that would affect that? So you might ask, like, how did the dragons start being landlords, right? That could be a step down. That's going down out of the branch here a bit. So you could be like, oh, okay, well, the dragons started being landlords from the dawn of time, right? Since the heavens and the earths were created, the dragons were one of the first species. They're one of the species closest to the gods, and they decided to rule over different lands. There were dragon wars, and ever since then, other creatures emerged, but in the dragons' territory. The dragons are very much the landlords of their section. And so you're like, okay, I got 1 bit down. They've been landlords since the dawn of time and since Earth's creation. Guy dresses up as a bat. Yeah, see? Okay, this guy dresses up as a bat, right? That's Batman. So then you're like, okay, what's 1 step front? Why does he dress up as a bat? Because he's this brave, tough character. And you're like, okay, he's a brave, tough character who dresses up as a bat because his worst fear is bats. And he wants to show that he conquered his fear of bats, right? So that's 1 concept down. So you have, I say you need at least like 2, maybe 3, right? To make it believable. So you're like, okay, dragon landlords. They've been dragon landlords since the dawn of time. There you go. Nice, easy, off the top. There you go. They were ordained. They were the first creatures. Everything else has been living in their worlds. They've been dragon landlords forever. A second step down, you might ask another question, like, okay, that means they're rulers of the land, but how are they landlords? What's landownerish about them? How does that work? And you might be like, oh, okay, yeah, because they collect monthly taxes. They collect monthly rent. I was mixing up taxes and income. They collect monthly rent. If you're a sentient being and you're in that dragon's realm, you have to pay that dragon rent. You have to pay him rent. That's why they have such huge hoards of gold, because at some point kingdoms had a lot of gold. The kingdoms and the kings and queens will pay for their kingdom to be there in gold. Every month they give the dragons some gold. Dragons make as landlords make a lot of sense, to be honest. Yeah, see? Now, have I pre-planned any of this? No, I'm just making it up on the fly. So you're like, okay, so now I have more world-building elements, right? I have 2 concepts down. I have dragons were the first beings of creation. That's why they're the landowners. The gods made them first. And I have, hey, kingdoms pay them monthly rent. That's why they're like landlords. They get paid rent. And kingdoms had to keep paying it. And then extrapolating off that, what happens? This is the 3rd one down. What happens when the kingdoms don't pay their rent? Well, then you get dragon attacks. That's when the dragon comes by, burns the kingdom to the ground, right? They're like, and they burn it down. And then you might hire like some knights or some mercenaries to go kill the dragon. They steal princes and princesses as collateral when kings and queens skip rent. See, big brain. That's a 3rd or 4th step. Yeah, sometimes when you don't have gold, what's other currency? What's other currency you could do? You could have collateral. You could leave hostages. You could leave rare magical items. You could leave treasures. You could do all this cool stuff. And yeah, you could leave princes and princesses as collateral. That would be so cool. So fellas, capitalism. It's wild because voice acting, they have 3 steps in. 2 adjectives and a noun. Middle-aged, fire, penguin. Usually this is enough for a voice actor to find where they can make their voice inflect. Oh yeah, like just some general concepts. They don't need like the whole lore and world building of a character. They just need the general concept, like 2 or 3 things to make up a voice for them. And then the acting part comes with the voice later. That's when they learn all the lore, is through the acting. but to make up that unique voice, they just need the 2 or 3 steps. So yeah, with anything, when you're coming up, you can make one unique thing. So my unique thing was dragons are landlords. You do 2 or 3 things from there. Okay, when did they become landlords? How do they get paid rent? How are they like landlords? What happens when you don't pay the landlord? You don't get evicted, your kingdom gets burned down, right? That's now I have this whole entire world, right? Where dragons were the first creatures created by the deities to inhabit the land. They took over different portions. They charge rent because they're so territorial for any sentient being. So they're not charging a squirrel, right? A squirrel is not paying rent. A cat's not handing over a fish and stuff, right? Those are just animals. But if you're a sentient being, if you've been blessed by the gods with intelligence, to understand at that human level, you gotta pay the rent. You gotta pay your landlord dragon. And then if you don't, that's why dragons burn it down. So suddenly, boom, that's one concept, that's the world building, right? And you go from there. But if you go into too craziness, you know, if you get... Sometimes people love world building more than writing, and I don't want to shit on that. Some people genuinely find more joy in world building than coming up with the story. The story is just an excuse to show all of the world building that they built in their head. But that doesn't always translate to a good story. That's just you had a lot of fun making up a world. There are some people who don't write stories at all. Their hobby is world building. So that's something to keep in mind. You never want to go too overboard with the writing. Some people have pulled it off, right? Lord of the Rings, there's a lot of world building in that. But remind you, that's not everyone. But if you want to be writing multiple books, multiple stories, getting multiple scripts, whatever, multiple webcomics, getting bogged down for years and years and years and years, coming up with the lore and the world building, that can get really, really hard. Come up with the initial cool concept. Dragons are landlords. Go 2 or 3 down, and then you can come up with some other interesting concepts. You can do 1 or 2 other interesting tidbits, right? But don't go crazy. Don't go crazy. The manga Dragon Goes House Hunting is the opposite of this world. I didn't see the manga. I saw a few episodes of it, I think. I've returned. Hello, Death's You're guilty. Hi. And making prompts, yeah. That's why I love that me and my girlfriend split story and world building up. Her world is so cool. I get to craft a story. Yeah, see, that's really helpful too. Some people are really good at finding good writing partners or world building partners like that. Same with some manga or comic creators. Some people are super talented at drawing. Some people are good at coming up with a story. Sometimes they team up. Those pairings are getting more rare than just an artist who can draw and tell a story. They're more self-sufficient. A writer for a comic needs an artist more than an artist needs the writer, just as a general thing. That's why it's really, really hard for writers to find artists, but any artist can go out and find a writer, being like, yeah, I need a story, here, give me it. They'll do it. Side story, Archie looks at their paw that holds a journal. It wasn't Cryptid's journal. No, it was theirs. Archie has a journal too? The journal looks old, far older than one thinks, and far newer than it should be. Oh, that's mysterious. What does that mean? Archie just looks at it and sighs, wondering what has happened, and how did the world change? And why did they turn into an animal? And why did their lover turn into an arachnid? Who is responsible for changing them? As they start to remember who they are. Archie's too self-aware. Roots, get the banhammer. Knock him out. Oh no. Your journal is too new old. Oh no. That's really, really great. That's really exciting though. I'm like, oh no. Archie, no, stop. Stop having thoughts. No. So to show you guys the same concept, I think the Tumblr post, right, that I initially referenced, you can see this concept at play with somebody on Tumblr mentioned it. I don't remember this user. I've just seen it floating around. Dear diary, I found a journal today. Archie, put down the self-awareness real slow now. So I think in their example, like I said, it was like vampires and sewer alligators. So in their world, there were vampires, and there were obviously alligators in the sewers. So one of the things was vampires obviously couldn't be out during the day. So the concept was the vampires could theoretically use the sewers at night. So the thing is, like, yeah, how do you keep the vampires out of the sewers? Because they could travel through the city using the sewer system, right? During the day when they can't go out. And then the obvious answer was like, oh yeah, well in this world there's alligators in the sewer. There's alligators in the sewer. That's right. That's why the vampires can't be there. That's why the vampires can't use the sewer system against the city. There's alligators in there. That's the first step down. You're like, okay, there are alligators in your sewer. Second step down, why the fuck are there alligators in your sewer system? I don't know. I think the second one was, how did the alligators get there? How could a bunch of alligators, enough to deter vampires from using any sewer, so there's a lot of alligators, how realistically could that many alligators get into your city sewer system? And their answer was like, okay, there's a school of nuns, a church of nuns. I don't know how you call it, but there's a group of nuns, and they maintain and breed and feed all the sewer alligators. Duh. It's this group of nuns maintaining the sewer alligators. That's their job. That's part of their mission. It's part of their duties. So then third step down is, okay, why the fuck? Why the fuck are these nuns keeping alligators in the sewers? And the response to that goes back to the top one, which is like, well, duh, it's to keep the vampires out. Otherwise, the vampires will use the sewer system. Duh. So of course the nuns have to keep gators in there. So that's the kind of the world building thing too, right? You just go 2 to 3 steps down. It's believable enough. Everything has a plausible for this world explanation for why it's there. Father Croc. Alligators? Crossing the fringe of surrealist arches. Actually, the thing in the previous stream about Zoe and Blank might be connected to Archie. Oh? Oh no. Get ready, the Banhammer. We can't let them be self-aware, no. Yes, sorry, you jumped the croc too early in the series. And I'll be donuts this time for me. What? So, another example could be, well, let's do something else. Let's do another concept, right? Let's say you have a group, your character's part of a group of people, and in their society, the concept is there's no money. They don't use money. They don't use currency. So you're like, okay, that's an interesting concept, right? Like there's this no currency society. So then you had to think like, okay, what's 2 to 3 things that kind of applies to, right? We use currency a lot for food. We use a lot of it for food and for rent, right? So then your main thing might be like, okay, no, this is like a like communal society. They're all sharing food. They're all building each other houses. They're all doing all that stuff, right? So they don't need to worry about the food and buying food and having places to live, right? The community will always provide. They'll keep working. They'll do it. So like, okay, it's community focused. That's fine. So every house, all the food, all the jobs, it's all community focused. Okay, universal value system. Yeah. So that's one concept down. Now 2 concepts down. Okay, how does a society with no money possibly interact with other societies that do use money, right? So they have to have something valuable enough that if they need to trade or do something with someone outside their society that doesn't use currency, how do they interact with societies that do use currency, right? What do they have? They don't have dollar bills. They don't have coins. They don't have how are they maintaining this way of life when they need stuff from outside their community? And for that, you might be like, oh, easy. They have something so valuable. They use it as trading currency, right? They just trade items. They're not trading it for money. They're just trading like, yeah, I'll give you this thing for 3 hens, right? Because we ran out of chickens. Give me more chickens. So they're trading it based off of this one item that they don't hold valuable. They have plenty of it. So it's not currency to them. But, other societies really, really want it. So then you might be like, okay, what is this super fancy thing that they're trading outside of the community that all other communities really, really want, that's valuable enough to them that they would trade, even though it's not money, that they would still give over multiple variety of things, from food to building materials to books to this. Whatever material this society could need for its development, for its continuation, medicine, anything like that. What's this one thing that this group is giving them in exchange? You might be like, yeah, they discovered magic rocks. That magic literally stored in rocks. It only grows when they do this one particular thing. It's only in their land, and they give the magic rocks that all kingdoms and all wizards and everyone else, they all want the magic rocks. Only magic grows here. This is one of the few places in the world that magic literally is grown in the rocks. So they had to trade the magic rocks, and everyone is desperate. Like, yeah, you want 20 chickens for a magic rock? Fucking easy deal, dude. Yeah, I'll give you the fucking 20 chickens for a magic rock. Easy. Easiest fucking deal of my life. It's a spice world. Like the spice. You have spice. Clearly. So you see even two different things, right? I was going like, oh yeah, it's magic. You're going like, oh, it's spice, it's drugs, it's something else. So you can come up with different things as long as it's an explanation. That's 3 steps down. How does this non-money community society work? They all work together. They all build resources together. Whenever they need something else, they do trade with other currency kingdoms and groups. They don't have currency. They trade something else. Their ground, their land is the only place that grows this one material that outside their community really, really wants. And there you go. Now you can come up with the rest of the story. Like, oh, how did the magic rocks grow there? Why is magic growing here? Oh dear. What's going on? So yeah, normally if you can go like 2 or 3 steps down from whatever the concept is, that's a basic world. And then everything else, you can kind of, when it applies to your character, now you can start coming up with the stuff. Like, oh yeah, well, my character needs to cross this area, and it's deserted. It's a no man's land. It's supposed to give them like trials and stuff and build up tension. Why is it a no man's land? Oh, well, there was a war once. They fought in a war over the land because outside kingdoms wanted the land for the magic rocks. And there was a war fought here many like years ago, except this society obviously had all the fucking magic rocks, and they just activated like magic rock nuclear bomb and exploded all the enemy soldiers or something, right? That's why this is a huge wasteland area. It's because that's where all the magic rocks went off. Crystallized mana, a crystal that's only been made by highly concentrated mana land. Yeah, see that now you can come up with the fancy terminology, the this, the that, and then as stuff applies to your character, you flesh out the world a little bit more. But you don't need to learn like too many things if it doesn't apply. Like the fact that there was some great ancestor on the other side of the world whose name was Samantha, and her kingdom in that side of the world, and anything that kingdom did does not apply to your character. I'm like, why are we learning? You didn't need to come up with Samantha from 20 bajillion years ago on the other side of the planet. We're focused on this side of the planet. We're focused on this timeline, and we're focused on your character. We don't need to know about Samantha from 20 bajillion years ago. Whoa, go easy on the mana intake there. So that's how you can kind of keep it reasonable.
I crave the magical pop rocks.
You crave magical pop rocks? Maybe I'll bring back pop rocks after the World Oddities Expo, okay? Write it on your grocery list. You have milk. You have magical pop rocks. If there's anything else you want on your grocery list, baby raccoon, you gotta write it now. Okay, write it in the next few days before I go on my trip. When I come back from my trip, I'll get it for you. Maybe if World Oddities Expo goes really, really well, maybe when we come back, I'll get a pizza. We can have a pizza together. How's that sound? We can go to the abandoned Domino's Pizza. I used to love the Costco pizza. They either changed something in their ingredients or the formula or something, or maybe I'm just fucking old now and I can't stomach it. But now it hurts my belly. The past few, like 2 or so years when I've had Costco pizza, it hurts my belly. But I can still have Domino's pizza, that's fine. But like the Costco pizza, I loved it. I loved that greasy monstrosity, and now I can't have it anymore. Just, oh my god, it tears up my stomach. It hurts so bad. I'll have stomach cramps like for the rest of the day. So horrible. Did they change something with the Costco pizza the past few years? I just found out we discontinued the pennies today, okay? Like I'm behind on stuff. Oh my goodness. What was I saying?
I found a tomato.
Yeah?
Little 3040 pomodoro and a spoon. Little 3040 spoon, are these yours? Also, I will gladly eat the pineapples from yours. No need to even see them.
But the pineapple still touched my pizza. It still infected it. Still infected it. So if the pineapple touches my pizza, you can just have the pizza. I don't want it. Yeah, it reads the emotes. Alright, it's so funny. It's a little funny thing. What was I saying? So like as a little fun example, does anyone want to give their own thing? I had dragons as our landlords. We had a society that doesn't have currency. A group of you that doesn't have currency. Does anyone else have like a concept, or we could like practice going 2 or 3 steps down? I don't mind that if someone has like a particular example they want to shout out. Hold on, I'm stretching. But you can even see it, right, in this joke little thing I did, right, with the dragon lady concept, right? I'm like, okay, right, there's a cool main character. Bitch has no name yet, right? Because she doesn't have a name yet. This is just an example for my working page. She's killing a dragon. And then I had the earlier part where it's like, why was she killing a dragon, right? Why is there why are people hunting dragons here? I said, oh, dragon racism. And these people don't like dragons. They're dragon racism. We went on further from that, like, oh, why is there dragon racism, right? Okay, probably because dragons are these big, strong creatures that can easily destroy or burn down a kingdom whenever they want to, right? Some dragons probably did some mass disaster, and now everyone's worried about dragons turning on them, so they started hunting down dragons, even if it's not that particular dragon that did the mass catastrophe. Yeah, see, dragon racism, come on. 2 words, dragon farts. Yeah, see, and then you would do the third step, which is, okay, what is this horrible disaster that caused so much like disaster and calamity that ended all these lives? What's this horrible thing that made all humans hate dragons? And if it was like a action comedy, you could absolutely do like, oh yeah, there were these toxic dragon farts, killed an entire kingdom. We can't let dragons be too near humans anymore. Their farts are deadly, right? And that would be obviously for like a comedy type adventure story. What a lovely thing to come back to. Sorry, but also welcome back. But yeah, we're explaining the concept like 2 or 3 steps down for world building. You come up with an interesting thing, and then you go 2 or 3 steps down from there. So we did like I don't know if you remember what we did anymore. Dragons are landlords, right? Dragons are landlords. Why? How long have dragons been landlords? Oh, since the dawn of time. They were the first creatures ever created by deities. They ruled over the land, so they each own a section of the land all over the earth. Come back to dragon farts. So you have that, and then your second thing would be like, okay, well, how are dragons like landowners? They own this land, but how are they specifically like landlords instead of just landowners? And then you would say, oh yeah, well, since that's their territory, if you have human level intelligence, so not squirrels or like anything like that, or fish, but if you're a human intellect or higher, you have to pay rent to the dragon landlords. So kingdoms, right, the kings and queens, send off money, send off gold every month to the dragon, and that's their currency for being able to let their kingdom be there. And then your third thing was like, oh, well, what happens when you don't pay rent, right? What's that concept like? And the answer is, oh, well, the dragon will go over and burn the kingdom down, right? So that's the thing. You have a concept, dragons are landlords. You find 3 little different things to fill it out, roughly. There you go, that's your world building. That's the general thing you can go. You can call it Turf Wars 2, hoarding. Even worse, typical landlords, right? Somebody else in chat even came up with the idea of like, oh, the kingdoms could send the princes and princesses off to the dragons as collateral. And that's why dragons have princesses like in towers or locked away in like their dragon cave or something, right? They're collateral. And I'm like, yeah, and then people don't just have to pay in gold. They could pay in magical items. They could pay this. But you have the general bit. That's the one tool concept. Dragons are landlords. Come up with 3 things after that. How do we explain this? What's some general basis off of this? I have a D&D world I am working on where the gods of their world used to enslave everyone until a multi-dimensional deity came and liberated them. As a consequence, all semi-immortal races are treated with suspicion. Oh, hold on, I missed it. Oh, it's going up. And mortals like humans are on the top. So semi-immortal races are suspicious. Okay. They are ruled through a theocracy where law and punishment are considered sacred and are also weird as fuck. Very, very cool. Dragons live in dens. Concentrated mana can be highly dangerous to the possibility of mana circulation, as it will crystallize the circulation area of your body that injects it out to cast magic. But also you have the possibility of getting a mana crystal heart, which would lead to your heart into crystallization, which will cause death. Oh, it's only if the princesses can sing to animals? It's very specific collateral. Very, very specific. So let's see. So you can even have a concept like that, right? Like, okay, mana using magic usage causes crystallization, right? Mana, if it's used from rocks, if that's where you get your power from, if you get your power from magic rocks, the mana will over time turn you to rock, right? So that's the idea. So one thing, like you said, so step down, okay, the blood will slowly start crystallizing. Your heart will slowly start crystallizing. So it could even be a thing. Now going a second step, maybe some of the most famous magic users ever, when they die and they have this crystallized rock heart, that's now a new magic heart. That's a new magic rock. And wizards and kings and queens might fight over trying to claim a magic heart rock from one of these dead wizards. You know, they might even have like contracts. Like, oh, when this wizard who's an employee of my kingdom, when they pass away, their crystalline heart belongs to this kingdom. It belongs to this king. And then like a third concept from that might be, mediocre wizards trying very hard, desperately not to become too powerful because they don't want to die yet. Yeah, they'll have some blood circulation problems. Yeah, they'll have this. So you have these like small town wizards who are just like a little bit, like they'll have some little crystals, have some gems, but they are not the most powerful because they're still alive, right? You might see like a wizard in old age and you're like, oh, okay, that's not the most powerful wizard because they're still alive. They've lived to old age. They don't have a crystalline heart yet. So that's 3 different things that you could come up from that idea of like, okay, you use these magic rocks, you turn into the rock, you turn to the next magic rock. I'm making a D&D-like game set in my story's universe, but after Barry's saga and before the final huge ancestor war coming. Okay, very cool. But yeah, so that's kind of the idea. You have a concept, come up with 3 different little branches, figure out how to employ this into your world. And then as your character explores the world, if they come up against anything, make sure it's compliant with what you've said. You turn into Dwayne Johnson? Right? Except not as cool, because you're still a rock, but you're not the rock. You're just a rock. You're off-brand. You're off-brand Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Oh no. So yeah, that's one of the ideas. That's general stuff for like a quick, easy world building. You get your concept down, get this done, and now you have a fun little world to play in. Magical Dwayne The Rock Johnson. I think Dwayne The Rock Johnson's already magical. That's a Disney princess right there. What was I saying earlier? So yeah, that's some of like the general things. If you guys have any other tips or hints or tricks and stuff for world building, then hey, feel free to share them here, share them in the Discord for the writing section. Can you smell what he's cooking? Wait, what? The board system in the Cryptid universe. Oh, that's Michael, he's magical. What about the board system in the Cryptid universe? Well, I'm taking a sippy. But yeah, that's kind of the basis. That's how I do it nice, quick, and easy. And normally if you get pretty good at just getting an idea and rolling with it, like you kind of saw me do here, You just come up with some bullshit. You can just keep making it roll. Most of the cryptid lore here on stream, because the advice for most new VTubers is don't get too focused on the lore. I just had the general bit of a concept of, oh yeah, cryptid left the swamps into an abandoned 811 and met roots, saw a human, and wants to learn about humans, right? It was very, very vague. That was basically it. Most everything else has been said on stream, or like when you guys ask me a question, I'll be like, oh yeah, here you go. I just make it up. It's all good. When The Rock was a wrestler, he would ask, can you smell what The Rock is cooking? Spider uses webs, which connects to the board, but how they transport the post-it notes from different boards. Oh, you're asking how do they transport it from different boards? Maybe it's a particular job. Maybe there's a postmaster? Because it's post-it notes. Like how there's a postmaster that's for mail and stuff. There could be a postmaster for the post-it notes on the different boards. And it's their jobs to gather it up at certain points in time and put the post-it notes wherever they're supposed to go. Carry them along the system. It's during their post route, like a mailman. That could be cute. Damn, Legend says it's still simmering to this day. True, you could also do a Ruby Goldberg opportunity where it's a series of overcomplicated, crazy machinery and gadgets and gizmos and little whirligigs that lead from one post-it note going to the other, all over. Yeah, a little reference to the first story, or was it the second? First side story or the second? Yeah, so I'm wondering, maybe there could be a postmaster. There could be a little postmaster. I'm tickled. I thought that was funny. Normally whenever I think I do something mildly clever, I'm like, tee hee, I'm so smart. It's normally not that clever, but it still makes me happy. Like, hey, look, my blue brain's still thinking of stuff. It's still cooking. Oh. There was a little splinter in my shirt, and it just stabbed the side of me. Owie. How did it get there? How did this happen? Like The Rock. But yeah, anyway, so that's kind of the idea. That's just a really nice generic way of doing world building. I hope it helps a little bit. Is that helpful at all for you, Zoe? I think you're the one who asked the question. But as you flesh stuff out, so like as you're going through because I always say make it relevant to your character. Let's say what was one of the characters for the dragons or landlord story, right? I want to do a little fanfic thing part where the human that Cryptid sees might be someone that they now know but doesn't know entirely. Hey Archie, what are you doing over there, bud? Yep, I was the one that asked. Yeah. So you're saying one of the people, the human I saw slowly but surely has turned into one of my raccoon critters, and we're just not aware. Oopsie, I didn't mean to do that. Listen, but they're so cute as raccoons. You guys are such cute raccoons. I can't help it. So as an example for the dragons or landlords, right? Let's say you have a character and they're the mercenary, right? The kingdom is going to fall. The kingdom doesn't have enough gold to pay the dragon the rent, the yearly rent or whatever. So then they're like, okay, we have to send collateral to the dragon. Hey, mercenary, hey, knight, you have to bring the princess, because the princess is collateral to the dragon. And it can even explain why there's so many things like, this kingdom might have harems, this kingdom might have multiple royal children, not just to ensure that there's a successor to the throne, but to always ensure there's collateral that can be used in case the kingdom can't pay its debts to the dragon, to the landlord. So this might be like the least favorite princess, the least favorite child. It might be this journey of self-discovery, of self-worth discovery for this princess who's the least liked, who's only kept around as collateral for her family's kingdom that now she can't be in, right? She can't be part of this kingdom or her family anymore because she's going off to the dragon den, right? That's where she's going. So it might be this really heart-wrenching emotional thing of this mercenary, this knight, bringing her to the dragon to be collateral, her discovering self-worth, her being a little bit more independent, her realizing she will never, probably in her lifetime, go back to her kingdom, because she still has to self-sacrifice and help out with the dragon. So what's something that they might come across during their journeys? They might... It kind of has Warbreaker vibes? Oh. Well, can you imagine being the one sent? Yeah, it would be so heartbreaking, right? So why does the dragon need gold? If they keep hoarding, there won't be any gold they could collect left. I think I said earlier, like, oh yeah, like it's they could do anything. You could send the princess collateral. You could send magical items. You could send treasure. You could send like cool artifacts, like anything that the dragons like. But yeah, as a general world building question, yeah, why would the dragons want gold? Maybe in this fantasy setting, gold is the first material that was made. If dragons were the first creatures made, gold is the first material made. So it's the most godly material. If dragons are the most godly creatures, gold is the most godly currency. It's the most godly material. So like, yeah, of course we should be paid in gold. Duh. And maybe even that's why there's it's alchemist, right? Alchemist really wanted to discover how to make gold. How to make gold out of nothing. Maybe there's a huge alchemist society of people desperately trying to figure out how to turn, you know, like iron to gold in order to, in the future, keep paying the dragons. You're 10 hours away from the end of Warbreakers? What's Warbreaker? I don't think I've heard of it before. Are you enjoying it? Yeah. So is it 10 hours away? Is it like, do you have it as an audiobook, or is this a TV or a show or something, or a movie? No, it has to be an audiobook, right? 10 hours is too long for a movie. Oh, it's a Brandon Sanderson novel. Got it. Got it. Alchemists discovered a great way of getting gold, and they started making gunpowder. Can the dragons distinguish fool's gold and real gold? You're asking me too much stuff for stuff I just made up now. I'm making this up on the fly. I'm showing you what coming up with stuff on the fly looks like, so I don't know. But yeah, so maybe there was past things of there was fool's gold. Maybe that's what the alchemist first made. They first made fool's gold. And maybe it passed for a while, and then one dragon discovered it and was like, and now there's this case of like that dragon went by and like burned that village down as an example. And now everyone's like, shit, you can't use fool's gold, it's basically fucking useless. And now that's why fool's gold is basically useless. Dang, our farmers are trying to do the Rumpelstiltskin trick of hay to gold. God, do you want to reread that one? Ooh. So yeah, maybe on this journey, let's say now that we have this world, when we have this scenario, you know, this world where there are dragon landlords. So now we have this idea for a prince. That's why they have so many kids in the royal family, to always ensure there's collateral. There's this self-discovery journey between the main character, who's the knight or the mercenary, bringing the collateral princess to the dragon. Let's say something they come across on the way is coming up with bullshit. I was gonna say bandits. Let's say they come across bandits first. Imagine the dragon that mocked the dragon, and now known as the Fool's Dragon. Oh, see, that's a funny thing with the world building, right? See, that's you know, just imagine dragons. Yeah. See, it's the Fool's Dragon. That's a great one. That would be its own book right there. So yeah, okay, let's even do that one. So let's imagine dragons. So they don't run into bandits, they run into a different dragon. There's this new dragon coming to town and steals this collateral princess. It's not the dragon they were going towards. So then your next question is like, wait, why is this dragon not in his turf? Shouldn't this dragon be over in that territory over there? He's not in charge of this territory. And it might reveal a plot of this dragon trying to expand their territory, right? Trying to get both territories. He wants that dragon gone. So he's going to... Dragon on the block. So he might have stolen the princess that was going to be collateral in order to make sure that the kingdom A, I don't know, this kingdom can't pay the dragon, The dragon will then go over, burn the kingdom down. The kingdom will then raise knights and armies and stuff and fight back against the dragon, killing the dragon. And then this bee dragon will come and be like, ha ha ha, it's free real estate. And now we'll have twice the amount of land. I heard they're radioactive. New dragon on the block. Yeah, see, so that could be the plot, right? Of if we're dealing with landlords, and now we can even say it was intentional, right? Like, oh yeah, this is a story about dragons being landlords and hoarding wealth, and the division it creates in families, what they can support, and how landlords just try to steal land and homes from other people, even other landlords, right? They're just tracts of land. So that's one thing. So this new dragon stole the princess. Now the kingdom's gonna be annihilated. Now the normal dragon's gonna be killed in retaliation. The new dragon can get both lands. So now the knight has to go from be like, oh shit, and go and run and rescue the princess from the bee dragon. So it's a knight rescuing the princess trope. But it's also not really, because he's only rescuing her to deliver her to their dragon, to main dragon A. Alright, so it's kind of that twist and stuff, right? Of oh yeah, he's rescuing the princess from a dragon. He's then delivering the princess to a different dragon, right? So that's kind of reveal. And that would be a fun thing. So did I spend hours on that world building? No. Did I spend hours on these characters? No, right? I just realized what characters did I want here? What characters are necessary for the story? I already know necessarily that I need the princess, I need this knight, I need the bee dragon, I need the new dragon to come and get her. The negotiations were short. We'll probably need some members of the royal family when the princess is leaving them. I'll need whatever other characters he meets along the way, but I'm coming up with the story. And I'm making up stuff as we go, because it's all serving the story. But so the backstory, the world building, I only came up with this idea of a secondary dragon, and they're stealing each other's lands. Because it was plot relevant, right? I wanted a new dragon to appear. Back to 25,000 points. You started the stream with 25,000 points, and now you're just back to where you started. Oh no. But yeah, in general, that's really nice, quick, easy way. Come up with world building, come up with characters, come up with storytelling. Right now I could go off, and if I wanted to, I could write this whole entire story of this least wanted princess who's just collateral, and land fighting between two landlord dragons. Right, that's a story right there. Then now you just go and write the stupid rough draft, and it's all good. That's, I think some people get really, really stuck on stuff, and it's like, no, you just need the basics. Let's go have fun. Go have fun with your dragon landlords now. Go have fun with your vampires, not able to go into sewers because there's alligators there. Hi, missing French fry. It's good to see you. Reference raccoon? I have been dealing in references since the night they got struck by lightning in 1985. Oh, you finally found them? Have you guys been like just passing by each other for a while now? Oh, that's so funny. Oh, you know you found them because they were missing French fry. I got it. Listen, sometimes I'm so smart, and sometimes I'm not that smart. Don't eat me, please. No, don't eat me. Oh my god, that's actually like a not eat me, but don't sit on me. Oh my god, there was this story. The Cryptid family had gone to the zoo, and we had hung around and we were enjoying the zoo. And then afterwards we went into the restaurant. There's a restaurant at the zoo. And we went down, we sat down. It wasn't too crowded, so we were just waiting on some food. The table next to us had a mom, I'm assuming the dad, and it was a little baby, because they were still in like the little carrier, like a carry seat that you can like convert it, I think, into a safety seat, a little booster seat thing. But it's also like a little like you can grab it by the handle and then just carry the baby and they're strapped in the seat. It's like one of those kind of things. So anyway, so the mom had sat down, pulled the stroller closer to her, put her baby back down. The dad had just put the little baby in there, the little baby chair, down in a seat. And then he was pulling up his own seat to like go and enjoy dinner with his family, right? You show the chat the current doc on the world lore and maybe the draft. And on the chat where I want to know what people current be. Chat is filled with fried friends. Yeah, Dunkin' Donuts and French fries. Oh my goodness. So let's see. It is this document. Right? So this is tab 1. And it says the current world lore of cryptid roots, documented by Archie Archives. There's an introduction to the world. And then we have a secondary tab. Oh no, I'm not showing if I'm showing all the tabs. Eep. There's a secondary tab. I'll go back now. CROC archived. Cryptid recognition and observation catalog. Wait, this is so scientific. Subject 001. Classification sapient. Threat level class 4. Environmental class 5 question mark. Subject designation cryptid. Side note, she calls herself Cryptid, a very strange entity. What do you mean I'm strange? What do you mean? It's gonna be my physical description, I guess, here. And then, there's then a third tab. This is the draft writing area. Draft 1. Okay, we had different drafts here. Oh. Humanity has risen far beyond what they ever thought, but so has their fall. And thus their grand story of greatness has fallen and withered down to a mere ripped book left to be eaten by bugs. How humanity has fallen, and how long ago? Well, it's been long enough that the skeletons of fallen humans are there without any flesh left. For how humanity has fallen, well, there is either no documentation or barely enough for one to have a theory. Just plain old guesses. Now the world is just a bit quieter, but that won't last long, as the world will slowly fill the silence with something strange, maybe spooky, but I can guarantee it will be supernatural. It will be blue! No, I'm sorry, I'm joking. Oh no, should that be in my... Should there be in nicknames? If I have a subject designation cryptid, should there be like other known aliases? Should it be Beluba? That could be one of them. Anyway, what was I saying? Let me go back to the chat. Subject class Blue Swamp Lady. Why are you complimenting me so much? You flirt. Any SCP is required to be weird, as in the case of with an anomaly. Okay. Any SCP lore beyond 3,000 is the size of a small country. Level 4 has just risen in levels. Oh. Wait, so how many levels are there? So SCP lore beyond... Are there 3,000 levels? I'm only level 4 out of 3,000? Wait, what? I'm scary. I'm intimidating. I could do damage. I could if I wanted to. So this is the secret to being read immediately on stream. I see. I thought I was just showing a little document. It was just a few paragraphs. Oh no. Let's see. Oh no. It's about me. It's blue. It's me. The competition is a very bouncy ball and orange slime. You're good? But... Wait, just for 4... Wait, are you saying level 4 is the bouncy ball and the orange slime? Wait. I'm scared. I'm tougher than a bouncy ball and orange slime. Right? And I'm confusing you and myself. I'm sorry. How many class levels are there? How many class levels are there? I'm only class level 4 and maybe 5? Maybe 5? I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about either. Oh no. How many class... Oh, I'm looking it up. Hold on. Okay. How many class is an SCP? The SCP Foundation. In universe, object classes are for the purpose of identifying containment needs, research priority, budgeting, and other wait. So this is for budgeting too? See? Those are what I understand more. Class level 4 is actually only in the Cryptid year. Oh, okay, I get my own. Okay, I get my own. Elias isn't possessed by Asmodeus, he's possessed by a Bluba. A Bluba, you say? Oh, let's go over instantly. We have to keep reading. We have to keep reading about our uwu drug addict Elias, baby boy. Let's go. He's possessed by a Bluba, you see. Let's go. I'm tough, says Cryptid, who is routinely bullied by an army of fluffy trash pandas. Well, that's because I love you guys. I love you guys enough that I let you live, even though you guys bully me. it's you guys survive out of my love. Same with my cats. They keep being needy and stuff, and and sometimes they accidentally scratch somebody, or they pee on my goddamn bed like Monkey did a few nights ago. And why do they live? Because I love them, because they're cute. You have a Hulk raccoon. The class levels will be explained later, but I had the best class level, right? Right. You can explain them however you want, as long as mine's the best. There's also Thamiel SCPs that are impossible to contain, like SCP-3000. So there is a level 3000. Does being class 4 and 5, is that putting it at the top? Like, is rank 1 the best? And then I'm top 5 out of 3000. That's not bad. Or it's like 3000 the best, and I'm bottom 5. Because then that's not the best. Class level 4 can affect the environment. Class level 5 can warp reality to some degree. So those are the best classes, though, right? Cryptid only cares. They can mean whatever you want them to mean, but Cryptid's just like, this is the best level to be, right? Warping reality and the environment, that's the best powers, right? Those are the best ones. Who has a better one? Is it Mothman? Is it Baby Raccoon? Is it Roots? So how do we fare against Squirrel Girl, hypothetically? Why would I ever want to fight a girl squirrel? I know this is a Marvel hero, but I'm joking. I'm going with the bit. Go along with me. Why would I ever want to fight a girl squirrel? That's mean. What SCPs don't mean much. I'm pretty sure it just means when they were discovered. Oh, then I was first. I was first, therefore I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm number 1. I only remember Adam Kane, the Crocodile one, and the Flesh Room. It's been a decade since I've really read them. For the SCP Siren Heads one. Let's see, you're good. 1, 2, 3 are basically nothing much, just lower danger level. Yeah, see, they're lower danger level, so they're not as cool as me. I'm tough. I'm the coolest one. I'm the blue, but I'm so tough. You point at someone, I'm tougher than them. It's true. It's me. If I have class level 4 and 5, those are the best ones. Everyone wishes they were class level 4 and 5. 1, 2, and 3, no, they wish they were me. They wish they were in the same class as me. Oh, I learned about Siren Head from my nephew, who in turn told my child about. Yeah, I learned it from Roots, because sometimes we watch horror games being played on like Let's Play channels on YouTube, and there were so many Siren Heads for a while, right? Class level 5 are known as baby gods. That's right, I'm baby. That's right. She claimed our cotton candy engines were not safe for the environment, so put gum in all gears. Oh, that's horrible. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can continue with this thing in writing. Sorry, missing French fry. Good luck. Go get some good work done. We're just being silly now. I'm being silly. What was my thing? So yeah, don't get too bogged down by world building. Don't get too bogged down in anything. Everything should kind of be serving the story. What is the story about? And if something doesn't serve your story, hey, now you didn't put too much stock into it, so now it's okay to cut it, right? Like, if I have to cut sibling number 32 of this collateral princess, I only thought of it now, so I don't really care that I got rid of princess the sibling number 32, right? Like, okay, she only has 7 siblings now, whatever. You know, now that it's all vague, you're just planning out the big picture stuff. You're just coming up with it on the spot. Now it's like, okay, you're not too heartbroken if you got change stuff. It's Cryptid's fault that makes cotton candy disappear? What? No. 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 I didn't do that. You guys put the cotton candy in the water. Hearsay. Blasphemy. You knew? What do you mean you knew it? You guys use your little raccoon paws and you stick the cotton candy into the water and you guys make the cotton candy go away. That's not me. That's not me. I leave all the cotton candy for you guys. That's not me. I'm not doing it. Don't blame me. A witch! Burn the wooden trash cans! Lies! It is lies. This is... I'm suing you all. I'm gonna get a lawyer. Fuck, what animal would be a lawyer? I don't think I've seen a lawyer before. Oh no! Do I need... What would be a cool lawyer character? Would it be a snake? Oh my god, it could be a gator! I'm gonna get a gator lawyer. I'm gonna get one of the cool gator lawyers. They're gonna be cutthroat. I'm gonna sue you. I'm gonna sue you for this blasphemy. That's what I'm gonna do. If Cryptid didn't know that cotton candy disappeared when touched by water, and if we could have told them that cotton candy doesn't disappear anymore. So see, you guys should have hidden it better. You should have hidden the rules of reality from me better. Joke's on you guys. Now I got sugar water. Which is a pretty good one. No, you're not the judge. You're not the judge. You're Archie. You're the news anchor. You're the news broadcaster. No, you can't be the judge too. This is a conflict of interest. Leeches would work in insurance. Oh, that was good too. Same thing. Yeah. Okay, so leechers are, if we ever discover health insurance or we need that, that's gonna be a leech. I'm gonna get a gator lawyer. I'm gonna get a gator lawyer. And then if in Archer if you trust, no, this is my stream. This is my stream. I am the Bluba. The dragons are landlords. Can't I have multiple jobs? Also, I do many paperwork, so I know my stuff. Pouch. Stockbrokers. Oh no! But you see, no. I've seen law TV shows. I know how this works. If you're suing the judge, if you are a judge, okay, if you're the judge, then there has to be another judge who watches over the trial, because I'm suing you and you're the first judge, so a second judge has to watch over it. There has to be a neutral party. Praise the almighty Archie. No! It's me! It's me! I'm the blue one, no! First Roots was more loved, then Baby Raccoon was more loved, now Archie's more loved. I think you raccoons took by raccoons for raccoons too seriously. I've been here the whole time. I give you guys fresh trash. I helped you guys with the news station. But I encourage you guys in whatever you want to do. I even said you guys could go to the moon if you wanted to. You guys don't appreciate me enough. Quick, we need to find a prosecutor, because in the terms and conditions clearly stated under subsection Lobster 4, please move lobbyist. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Objection hearsay. The whole time? The whole time? Since the stream started? You look back on the first time I ran a stream. It's me. It's me. I was here before the first raccoon was in chat because it's my stream. Cryptid went from first to second to third and now fourth. This is bullshit. Sounds fake. What do you mean? Fake news. Probably a skinwalker. No, that's a different cryptid. Oh. They're not even blue. Not naturally. You guys are so mean. You guys are bullying me. I can't kick you guys. I'm gonna kick Baby Raccoon. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Oh, hi, Ghost. Ghost, what's up? For some reason, my 7-year-old accuses me of being a skinwalker to get under my skin. We're blue, da ba dee da ba da, doo 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 doo. Yeah, you guys are lucky. Ghost distracted me. Hi, Ghost. Are you a roast? Are you toast? No? For all the grooming you do, why is your fur all messed up? You groom 90% of the day, and all your neck fur looks all funny. What did you do? Were you playing around with your brother? You don't want to answer? Okay, he's walking away. He doesn't want to answer me. Silly baby. Do you want to go to bed soon, Ghost? We can do that. I'll switch. I'll put your mama back in her room, and we'll let out the other cats. I think Luna's doing really good with her babies, though. Time to add more raccoons. Let's add Messy Mervin. This stream's gonna end up being taken over by raccoons. And then Cryptid's gonna get kicked out. I'm just gonna be kicked out. I'll be like on the street. You guys won't even let me into the swamps anymore. Even though it was my swamp first. She's really into horror things. Really wants to watch scary things and then forgets she's 7 and gets scared. She wants to watch the Backrooms movie and I'm like, child, that's an A24 film. I'm gonna be scared. See, that's what you get. Start giving them Scooby-Doo. Just give them Scooby-Doo. Oh my god, is it Scooby-Doo and... What's the Zombie Island one? The Zombie Island one was, to me, was so good as a kid. It had, like, the werecat ladies. It had the zombies, and the zombies weren't all bad. Oh my god, that one was, like, such a good one. I really remember liking that Scooby-Doo movie. It scared me so much as a kid. Baby Cryptid was such a scaredy cat. Oh my fucking god. Scooby-Doo was too scary for me as a child, but I'd still be like, no, I want to see Scooby-Doo! And I'd watch it, and then I'd have nightmares every single time. For Zombie Island is the name. It has a banging soundtrack. It did! It did! I remember that! Oh my god. There's a... Yeah, as a kid, I was more scared. I'm still a scaredy cat now, but I was... You don't understand. I was such a fucking little scaredy cat as a kid. It was so bad. See, I'm not ready to have kids because my instant reaction was, I bet your funeral. You see, the problem with that before having kids is that once you have kids, you know, okay, yeah, if you say bet and you let them do that, you're gonna be the parent that has to deal with the nightmares and then being up, like, you have to deal with the aftermath. You have to be the responsible one afterwards. Hi, Roots! That's the difference. But, what was I saying? Something about Scooby-Doo. Yeah, as a kid, every Christmas, there was a thing where we had, like, the generic ornaments, you just, like, general colorful, like, ornaments and stuff, like, just the little glass ball ornaments you put on, like, Christmas trees. But as a tradition, right, it was, like, for something, like, every year, you could go out and you could pick a special ornament. A cool one. I don't know if they still do. I think it was, like, Home Depot or Lowe's had, like, this aisle that they would open up that was just Christmas ornaments, right? Like cool little niche whatever ones. She wanted to play Alice Madness for... Oh no, that was even more... Oh no. And I said, fine, go for it. She couldn't make it through the opening cutscene. I love the American McGee's Alice franchise. I think it's just the first Alice. And then is the second one The Madness Returns? The second one is so... I now probably couldn't do the second one. Just because there's certain topics in it that just bother me, right? They'd trigger me a bit, and that just wouldn't be good for my mental health. But the second one is so much more brutal in certain aspects and themes. than the first one. And even the first one, I'd say like, okay, yeah, it's for like 7, yeah. I was still a kid. I was a preteen. I was probably preteen when I played the first Alice. Have you seen the Scooby-Doo movie where Shaggy turns into a girl? I don't think so. What's that one? Having an Xbox One, and yeah, Madness Returns is the second one. Okay, yeah, that one I'm like, yeah, kiddo, you could try, but it's pretty brutal. That one's a hard one. Like horror while being scared, or if horror is a vibe, though. Oh no. Oh, it's the live action one. I remember, is that... I watched the live action one where it was it Monster Island? That one had Scrappy-Doo. The one where Scrappy-Doo was the villain. I remember that live action movie. Sometimes I had to let her learn for herself why I say it's not a good idea. Yep, sometimes you gotta let them learn. The other one. Okay, maybe I didn't see the other one. Yeah, Shaggy gets turned to Velma. Oh, it's been too long. I barely remember. I remember like random segments of the live action movie. It's been too long. What was I saying though? But yeah, so one of the things, so again, I was scared of Scooby-Doo when I was a little baby Cryptid, right? It was too scary for me. But I still loved it. I still thought every single time I would be brave enough to watch it. This is just the normal TV show, not even the movies. And everything that was a little too scary for me. That's how much of a baby Cryptid was. But I still loved it. I was obsessed with Scooby-Doo. So again, we had the generic ornaments to fill up the Christmas tree, but we had a tradition where every Christmas, not on Christmas, but you know, like every season, you could go every year and choose one special ornament that was like your prize. It was yours. So like, you know, Mom and Papa Cryptid, I think one year got like a really cool like peacock themed ornament. Another one was like a really cool rabbit one. One of them was like a bunny. Papa Cryptid had like a bear one. I think he had a World of Warcraft one at some point because they were both like or like World of Warcraft gamers. They were top gamers. Like top guild in either North America or both Americas. I forget which. Top players in top guilds in World of Warcraft for years. They were hardcore gamers. So let's see. But mine for years, as in there are multiple ornaments because I kept doing it for years. Every single year, for like 6 or 7 years, chose a super special cute Scooby-Doo ornament. I would go to the store, I would get a new Scooby-Doo one. One of the ornaments is the Mystery Machine Van. Another one is Scooby on his hind legs, and he's holding the star, and he's dressed as like a Christmas angel. But he's holding like the little Christmas tree star, and he's wearing the little angel outfit. Another one I think is like the Scooby snack box one. I think another one's just like Scooby like running as a dog or whatever. But every single year, for years, my super special ornament was Scooby-Doo ornaments. Even though it constantly gave me nightmares and I was too scared to finish the movies. It was so bad. And to this day, because, you know, those are the special ornaments, right? Those are the ones that always get put up. So to this day, I'm, as an adult, every Christmas, what's all the old ornaments, the special ornaments that you bring out? It's this handful of goddamn Scooby-Doo ornaments from when I was little. Because that marks so much of my time. So it's so funny looking back on it. It's so cute. Coraline is a good kids horror movie. Yeah. And it's definitely one of those cool things where, like, as a kid, it's like that baby. It's like, okay, it's just a really cool dark adventure. It almost feels more like an adventure movie. You know, like, yeah, scary stuff happens. It even gets a little spooky with the other one, right? But kids view it as this action adventure fantasy, and scary stuff can happen in action and adventure, right? If it was all sunshine and rainbows, it wouldn't be very adventure-y, right? So kids almost view it as a darker adventure fantasy, right? That's kind of how they view it. Similar to like Alice in Wonderland, right? It's a darker Alice in Wonderland to them, just a little bit. But adults view it and we're like, that's spooky. That's a horror movie. That's spooky. Even the writer of the book made, like, yeah, kids are fine with this, but the adults get scared by it. It's so interesting with Coraline's, that interesting mix. How the different ages respond to it. But it is almost 2 a.m. I am tired. I'm tired after having done all this stupid tax. And I still have to do the tax stuff later because I just filed for the goddamn extension for it. I just did all the extension stuff. Oh my god, I'm so annoyed. So annoyed. Because I don't want to pay TurboTax yet because they asked me for too much money for filing as a business. And I'm like, meh. I'm gonna wait till later. I'm gonna wait till after will to pay them. So I filed the goddamn extensions and stuff. So I'm just like, but good luck. Thanks. Have to do taxes tomorrow as well. I'm so sorry, hide and heart. But hey, you're getting them done in time. I think last year, I did it like I was on the deadline, but I did it on like the last day. So I've been where you are, and I didn't do much better, right? I did it the day before it was due, and I just filed extensions. So obviously I haven't grown too much as an adult. So lucky that I don't pay taxes yet. It's so good. It's not... Is it horribly bad? No, it's just nerve-wracking. I literally think if it was like how other countries did it, where they just send you what they believe, like, oh, here's what you track your income, here's what you owe us, here's your tax bill. And you're like, oh, okay. And you like save up for like a month or two and then you pay the tax. It wouldn't be too hard. Like I've been paying since I was 15 because I had to work. Yeah, but even that, it was simpler because I just had to send W-2 forms. This one as a business owner, oh my god, as a business owner, it's more papers, it's more pages. Oh my god. There was a time when I had the retail work where I was selling embroidery machines at not in Joann's, but the mini store that's in Joann's. It's a different company. My taxes just vanished before I get my money. But so I had the normal job, which means I had a W-2 form, and I still had the business though, so I had to do the business stuff. And the W-2 form, it's so easy. It's so much easier just filing a W-2 form. You do your taxes, and it's like whatever, and it's said and done. Sometimes even you just get a tax return. That's nice. Filing your business tax, oh my god, it's not hard. It's just scary, and I just want to complain about it. Because I think it's just nerve-wracking that if you do anything wrong, it's not just you on the line, it's your business on the line. Everything just gets like so ramped up, and my anxiety, it's like horrible. But yeah, bleh. Taxes are boring. I don't like it. I wish we were like other countries and we just got the bill. Does Twitch account into it? I filed a tax thing out to apply for affiliate. I believe once you earn a certain amount, yes, it does. For me, I started Twitch this year. Wait, did I? No, it was last year. I didn't get any money into my account. And certainly not enough money to qualify. I think I got like 20 bucks. If that was in my account before the year changed over. Because again, like you're affiliate, and then you have to earn the money. Then you have to reach the threshold, which is $50. And then the threshold then gets paid out the next month. So you don't get that. If you earned $50 in November, it gets cashed out in December. So it's like the next month it gets paid to you. And I think it's still like, wait, so it was a while. I don't think I actually earned any money that was paid to my account during 2025. I was earning money, but was still staying in the Twitch account, and I didn't receive it, let alone whatever money threshold it was to really count. This year, maybe it will. No, I don't need to grow any faster. Give me some time. Wait until after WoW, please. I'm shaking at my cryptid boots. Let me breathe. Let me breathe. Yeah, I'm hoping to, after WoW, the next week, the grandparents are coming down. And I might make some content in between them while we clean the house and stuff for them to come visit. I don't expect to make anything for a long while, but I was just curious. Yeah, I planned when I started streaming, I'm like, oh, I might get a couple of followers. If I could get like 5 or 10 followers after the year. Because, I'll probably just be streaming to nobody for like months and months, right? And I'll just be learning how to stream. Fucking hell, look. Look how fast that went. Drive. But yeah, if you earn a certain amount, it's kind of the same thing of like, if you like sell something on Facebook Marketplace for like 20 bucks, do you go in and you make sure like, oh, that 20 bucks has to be accounted for, and you gotta go. No, it's that doesn't matter. But if you're selling a side hustle and you were like earning like a couple hundreds of dollars, that side hustle now has to be accounted for, because you had like a side business selling stuff on Facebook Marketplace. You got a couple $100 from it. So yeah, eventually, if you earn enough, if it's within the taxable year, then it does apply for it. Mine, I'm like 99% sure I did not earn it during the taxable year. I think it was just afterwards, because I reached affiliate end of November or December. I think I streamed for a month. I then got affiliate either late November or December. So yeah, so I became affiliate and I was actually earning money, but didn't have a payout yet. December to January. So yeah, it didn't count for taxes my year. I have 10 already and I haven't even streamed yet. It's because you're so popular, so you're already hanging out. That was another thing. People were like, oh, if you hang out enough and you have friends online already from other Twitch chats and stuff, other people following you and interacting with you and hanging out with you, then when you do your own thing, some of them might want to check out what you're doing, right? Like you open your Discord server, right? Some people from my server just instantly were like, yeah, of course, we love Hide and Heart, we'll hop on over, right? That was an easy thing. So I think because you're already so active as a mod, as a person in Twitch and people's Discords, I think people are already going to be like, oh, hey, what is Hide and Heart doing? What are they up to? So, you get more raccoons. Yeah, see, so since Chatty Matty's so interactive over here, a lot of people who see Chatty Matty here probably go over to their stream. I know a lot of people who hang out in Chatty Matty's streams or that they interact with in Black Dragon Tavern. They're like, hey, Chatty Matty's mentioned this Blueba Cryptid before. Let's go check this out. And some of them came over and hang out. And they're like, oh yeah, like we've heard about you from Chatty Matty. We've heard about you from Black Dragon Tavern. We wanted to come check it out. But yeah, this year, I really do want to focus a bit more on content creation. I want to make some YouTube videos and just the normal channel. Yeah, pick up after shift. You thought wrong? But yeah, I'm not surprised you already have some. Some of them, just to be real, just to be clear, are probably bots. You know, everyone has some bot followers. It just happens. So like, just got a couple of them, probably bots. But yeah, if you're hanging out, if you're part of communities, then when you go do your own thing, people in the community still want to see you and support you. Trash pickup! It's not a bad thing. That was the original plan. A lot of the tips I was getting when I was researching before I did this was like, yeah, when you start getting ready to grow, whatever your niche is, start going into other forums for that. Go into Discord, go into Reddit, go into other YouTuber stuff, go into other Twitch channels, all the different stuff in that niche, and start hanging out, start vibing, start being part of the community. Don't advertise, because advertising right away is like, bleh, no one likes that. But be part of the communities. And that once you're established in the community, and then you do your own thing, people in those communities will want to see what you're up to. You see some of the raccoons in almost every stream I hop into. You see? One of my tabletop role-playing games is finished. I'm going to stream it once it's ready. Oh, once it's ready. That's super cool. So yeah, that was one of the hits. And I didn't do that because we were already growing here. But if I was seriously like about, okay, like, yeah, the growth hasn't happened for a little while, I'm going to focus on growth for a bit. I would be posting more in Reddit, in Discord, not in Discord, in other people's Discords, and this, and I would be branching out more. Normally the way I approach the business too is like, oh, we have a lot of business, we have a lot of custom orders, we got some big jobs. I'm going to post less on social media. Once those jobs are gone, I'm like, oh, hey, we have the sweet time, we don't have enough orders. I'm going to focus on social media to keep generating content and keep generating interest in us. Yeah, see, I just exist. So that's normally and that's just a little peek behind the curtains, right? That's not to be like so super like, oh, Cryptid's plotting everything behind us. Cryptid Roots is a business. It's our Etsy shop. It's our, for me, it's my only source of income, right? Whee! So the model, as much as it has now turned into a reading and writing community, the model was intended to just be used for crafting, right? Because it was supposed to be, I was going to do live streams of sewing on patches, of quilting, of embroidery, of stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, well, I don't have the hand camera set up yet. Let me learn just by streaming some games, by streaming some content, by doing November challenge, writing every day during November, because I like writing. I was just learning how to use the model. But the original purpose for Cryptid was to be the face of Cryptid Roots, which is the business. And now she's gonna be a fun little blooba of an army of raccoons. Led by Commander Roots, I guess. What people thought, Cryptid planning behind this. I think if you try too hard to plan it exactly, then it won't work out. If you kind of go in with the intent of, hey, I'm gonna have fun, I'm gonna learn, because that's what I did, right? I was like, okay, yeah, it's gonna take me like a year or two before I get like even 5 people watching me. Let me just learn and have fun and play around with my model, with games, with writing, with this. That's kind of when what actually happened. Fans planning things 100%. 10,000%. Oh my goodness. Everything's been so fun. It's been a wild ride, but I'm so honored by it, and I'm so happy and thrilled by it. And I always want to keep making it a better place. I feel really, really happy that I had the opportunity. I had the chance to do this and have this community here. So it's really, really nice. What parents perceive Sweetie getting so famous. You have like 5 to 15 people on a good day. Yep. See? And also the numbers are always wonky too. Whatever amount of viewers you think you have, it's actually could be like a lot more. Because, and this is not to throw, lurkers don't have to ever write in chat. You guys are just lurking, you're just having fun, you're just being part of the vibe. But lurkers now, I guess there's been some changes in Twitch over the last few months. Lurkers don't really count for your views. So if someone's just watching and viewing, but they're not writing in chat, their view does not count after a certain amount. They have to have a certain amount of engagement for them to count as a view to you in your little setting where you can see the viewers. So the amount of viewers you actually have is probably higher. And that's been a lot of people are upset by that because it'd be really, really hurtful to news streamers who think like, oh, I have like 0 to 1 viewers. And in reality, they could have like 3 or 4 just lurkers, right? They're just not being active in chat. Lurk doesn't get ad revenue, doesn't get view count. The amount of times this month I've had 3 chatters with 1 viewer is crazy. Yeah, one of the testing things when I first started streaming, this is back when I was still doing games and it wasn't a lot of people, right? I had 1 chatter who like genuinely stumbled upon me playing games and was hanging out. So they were a viewer, they were a chatter, they were chatting with me in chat. Roots was in it, but wasn't chatting. And then I think I had something else up. And Roots does count as a view. We've tested this before. And so when Roots was watching it, and was watching it for a while, it didn't count. Roots started typing in chat, now the view count was 2. Roots is silent for a little while, and the first chatter is still there talking with me. Now the view count's down to 1. Roots is still actively watching me. Roots types again in the chat. Now the view count's up to 2. We could literally see it go up and down just based on how many people were actively in chat. It's a wonky system. And sometimes, yeah, what you said, sometimes there'll be like 3 people in chat, but they'll be on the second screen. You're not on their first screen. If you're not on the primary screen, it doesn't count. And that's wild. So yeah, I was like on the second screen for Roots sometimes because they have 2 monitors. I was like on the second monitor, I was like on a different tab. They were just listening to me. So they were like listening to me, but they were looking at other stuff on both things. Didn't show the view. So that's crazy. The most Twitch told me I've had was like 60 over the course of 8 hours. Oh. Like 60 active viewers or just over the course of 8 hours? Oh, let's see. That's why I say meat. Oh, I thought you just like saying meat. But yeah, like so. That's why I always say, like, sometimes I even clarify, especially with people who are lurkers. I'm like, you guys, it's totally fine to lurk. It's all good. If I don't get as high of a view number, if I don't get as much ad revenue, like, hey, this is still early stage. This is already so much more than I planned for this point in my life. I'd rather people just enjoy it and not feel guilty that they're not maximizing their content usage for their streamer. I'm like, no, just relax, have fun. Put me on your second monitor. Put me on your third, fourth, 34th monitor. Relax, don't say anything else. If that's how you like to enjoy content, that's how I like to enjoy content sometimes. I don't feel so guilty and nerve-wracked sometimes if I always had to think of what's the right way to be a fan of something. What's the correct way to be a fan and engage with something. That's not fun. That's not enjoyable. I'd rather this be enjoyable. For so long. Also, yeah, I love saying meat. No, we must add revenue, must make you grow, must make everything blue. Oh my goodness. But yeah, some of my goals and as the community's built has also shifted too. Like when I have the money, one of the first things I had originally wanted to get was the background. And I wanted that to be the parking lot, the abandoned 811 parking lot, with the 811 on the side and the swamp in the background and like Cryptid streaming and like the raccoons having a little campfire or something in the parking lot. That was what I first wanted. I wanted the first bit of money to go towards the background art. And now, Zoe, turn off your ears. Turn off your ears. This is, you're not supposed to know this. Turn off your ears. I mean, mute the stream for a minute. Okay, shh, 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 shh. You're not supposed to know. Shh. No. Are you away now? All right, I think they're not. Yeah, they can't hear me. We're fine. So the actual first piece of artwork I want to get now, I thought it would be so... No, Arch, shut up. Don't listen. The actual first piece of artwork I want to invest in once I get the money to start looking at artwork for more assets for this. I actually want it to be the Raccoon Channel 6 news station. So you'll see like the desk and like the Skelly the skeleton all dressed up and like the hanging stuff and like the leaking roof and like the cameras rolling and like the possum interns. I want it to be Channel 6 Raccoon News Studio. That way I'm gonna pull it out one day when it's done during the Raccoon Channel 6 news segment. You want to save up for a mic? Yeah, see, there's fun things. We're using a lot of Papa Cryptid and Roots leftover equipment, so that will carry me for a little bit. But that'd be so cool. Yeah, just to one day like start reading Channel 6 news and pop up a new background, and the background is the Channel 6 news station. Yeah, the mic is a good first investment. You can have a non-working model. You can just have a little PNG that's glitching out and not working and still get engagement and followers and people hanging out with you. Is everything okay now? Oh yeah, we're all good. Thank you. Yeah, we finished up. Don't worry. It wasn't anything important. Don't worry about it. You didn't want to hear it anyway. It's all good. Yeah. It was just boring stuff. My tabletop role-playing game has shapeshifters as a class. That sounds fun. I need to check my Yeti, but I do need computer in my sewer. It's not great. I don't know what you're saying. It's muted. No. Okay, I'll type it. You can unmute now. Zone. There we go. Now they can read it. There we go. Once played a whole family of shapeshifters. Was fun. Oh, that sounds great. Breathe. Yay! Thanks, autocorrect. Oh my god, hold on, I'm stretching. But yeah, otherwise it is past 2 a.m. That's some fun things. In the background. But yeah, I'm really honored that I was doing this silly little fun thing and I was learning, and I'm still learning a lot. And you guys still show up and you guys are okay with that, and you encourage me a lot, and you guys are building a community with me. Archie's allowed too. Oh my goodness. I really appreciate that. I don't take that lightly. I think it's a really special thing we're building here, and I'm really excited for it. And I hope you guys are excited for me to slowly, because I don't think I'll be the fastest at implementing new stuff, but for me to slowly keep adding to Cryptid, adding to the stream, adding new cool things, adding to the world, adding to new things we can do in the Discord, right? New ways for you guys to engage. New videos hopefully coming soon. I think that'll be fun. Hey Cryptid, how much does your friend do for art commissions? Which friend? Are you talking about the one who did the PNG tuber? I've made more poems. Today was 14th poems. That's so many poems, Creative One. You should feel so proud of yourself. But how much, you hope you're making this community lively too? Of course. Thank you so much. And I've learned so much as now an editor, as a baby editor, someone trying to maybe be an editor. Being able to kind of look through your stuff and realize if I even want to be an editor, right? Like really thinking and sitting down like, is this a career path I want to pursue as Cryptid? I've learned a lot. Probably the fridge art? The fridge art, I think is just complete as an image from the internets. I think Roots just got an internet's image. I think it was just an image probably from a catalog of like, okay, here's a fridge. we just wanted Baby Raccoon on the fridge. Baby Raccoon was an asset bought on Etsy. He wasn't too bad. I think it was also on sale too. The VTuber was the Suika customizable model. So that's one that a lot of people can get. It's just over $100 US. I think it's like a currency exchange thing and like a... Our fridge is bare! Oh no, frigid bear! And that, people, is how a game of telephone works. There's a list of pic crews that allow commercial use for free that can be turned into a PNG tuber using ViedoTube, a free software, if anyone is curious. And there's even free VTuber models, if you think your computers or laptops can handle it. There are even free VTuber models, right? You can find them. 100 USD, that's expensive. It was, for me, the only reason I justified it is it was a business expense, right? It was for Cryptid Roots, because she was going to be the face of our company, right? I was going to do the TikToks, I was going to do the social media, I was going to do everything instead of just using my hands and close-up of products, or sometimes showing my face, and I didn't really like that. I didn't feel comfortable with it. She was going to be the face of it, and I was going to make YouTube videos explaining stuff. So it was a business expense. And yes, she was also a tax write-off. So that's how I personally was able to justify it. Also, as a scale spectrum, there are free ones, there are cheaper ones than this that are still customizable. You could look at it in the $10 to $50 range for customizable ones. That's all advertising on the dark navy blue webs. That's all fine to find customizable models like this. I happen to like the Suika one more. I just like the art style. I liked how pretty she was. It was an art style that I liked. And for perspective, the customizable ones are like this 100 to free, like all ranges there, right? For a custom one specifically made just for me, that I would get the commercial use rights out of, that I could make merch of, that I would own, which will be the official Cryptid model later on. A custom model, you're looking at the thousands. Easily, especially for the things I want, especially for the hooves, for the antlers, for the glowing eyes, for the sheer fucking amount of jewelry. And chains and bone jewelry and rings and all the different stuff that she'll have. For everything that easily on the upper end of a couple thousand. Possible future Archie got hired as a video editor? That would be so cute. Wasn't fired from video editing to become an intrepid reporter. If anyone wants that list, I can link the tutorial video in Discord. If anyone is interested in streaming, if that's okay, yeah, go ahead. That's totally fine. I think that's really, really nice of you to do, Heidenheart. Thank you. But yeah, there's everything from free. Free is totally fine and justifiable. I would have done free, except again, it was a business expense. It was going to go on all the business social media accounts, and it was going to be a tax write-off. So I had a limit of around $100. The Suika model, after fees and like tax and stuff, it was just over $100. So that's why. Hey look, Blue Woman is up late again. I know, I kept trying to say goodbye for like a while now, and it hasn't worked out. Might actually learn how to do video editing. That would be super, super cool. What a cool skill to learn. But yeah, there's everything to do. There's even, already raccoon PNG tubers. Baby Raccoon is one. We only use 2 of his facial expressions, his closed mouth and his open mouth with the harness raised. He has more facial expressions than this. He has more options. But there's also like there's other ones. I showed you guys another one before we chose Baby Raccoon. There was the other one that I thought fit the art style better. Definitely Midwestern to the core. Wait, what? Don't do it, my soul is dying. Are you a video editor too, Dunkin' Donuts? Oh no. Yeah, it's a really cool skill to learn, but yeah, like with any skills, don't burn yourself out. You're literally editing right now. Right, in the future, not now, I don't have the money for it now. In the future, I really want to possibly look at the price of like how much does it cost to get editors for the TikTok videos, for those fun little VTuber TikTok videos. How much is an editor to help me when I make the longer form content, the long form videos? of gaming and other like educational stuff for the main Cryptid Roots channel. I had to start looking at prices for that soon. I'm not looking forward to it. Time to steal more jobs. Archie literally just is capitalism. Archie is that character too. Oh my. When we talk about a Midwestern goodbye, then we get raided. Oh no. Hello, hello, and welcome on in. It's so nice to have you guys here. In case there are ads, I'll do welcome raiders. There we go. No, wait, no, Archie, no, don't be scared, don't be scared. They're nice raiders. Do not go onto the ceiling fan again. Hyde and Hart had to chase you around for like an hour last time to get you down. Oh no. We'll edit for spare change. Alms for the poor. Alms for the poor. Oh no. Hi, Author Relic. It's good to see you. Welcome on in. Yeah, but also saying hi, what's good? Oh my goodness. You came in at such a funny time. We were just talking about like, oh, I've been saying goodbye and meant to end the stream for over half an hour now. They called me out. It's been a slow Midwestern goodbye, and then we just keep chatting. So hello and welcome on in. We need to get Archie ear defenders? Oh, so just that way Archie just can't hear when the raiders are here. Well, we couldn't possibly exit now. We have guests, and they have katanas? Oh my goodness, so scary, so threatening. So how about you, raiders? What were you guys up to? What were you guys doing on your stream? Now you can't leave us because raiders. Archie's climbing to the chimneys? Oh no. You were beta reading viewer work. Oh, that's so nice. We finished 2 submissions today where we were giving critique and feedback. We've done 2 today, so that's been really, really nice. You watched Corpse Bride? Oh my god, that's one of my favorite movies. I love that one. Scotty was reading my book Cinder, then we watched a movie. Hell yeah, that sounds like some good times. I love as far as the titles that are associated with Tim Burton, I think Corpse Bride is actually one of my favorite. It feels like such a good movie. I think it did a lot of cool stuff. But well, I'm looking at some of my other tabs. I don't think I want to stay long enough to do another critique. I'm like, oh, if we're staying and chatting for a little bit, should I do another critique? I think that's so much time that I don't want to stay up that late. Scary to safety, Archie. Is Archie gonna do the cat thing where he gets stuck in a tree? Or she gets stuck in a tree? Is Archie gonna be all the way up there and then be like on top of the chimney like, oh, how do I get down? Oh no. Am I gonna have to fucking call the fire department? Am I gonna have to call the fire department, Archie? Are you gonna be stuck up there? Do you know how to get down? I feel like you scurry to safety and you never have a plan on how to get out of the safety you created. You get stuck in the air vents, you get stuck up on the fans. Are you gonna get stuck up on the chimney now? Is the fire department full of raccoons? It could be. Maybe even some Fresno night crawlers, maybe some other little cryptids and critters. Hides in a microwave and turns it on to travel back to before the raid. No, raccoons do not belong in actively on microwaves. Archie just capitalistic in nature. Archie's stuck in the chimneys. So you are stuck in the chimney. You are stuck in the chimney, you silly raccoon. Okay, somebody get a broom. CFD. Raccoons Special Force. Cryptid's fire department. Why is it my fire department? I'm not setting fire to stuff. You guys are setting fire to stuff. It's not me. It's not me. There's not even a fire here. Everything's fine. What year is it? Creative one, I don't know how to tell you this. You guys instantly jump on to telling them the wrong year. You guys didn't even hesitate. Time to get Mary Poppins in this bitch. Chim chimney, chim chimney, chim chim chim. 3. Creative What? Don't listen to them. Creative What? You didn't go backwards in time at all. In fact, you're still concurrent with time. You just followed time. It's actually 1 BC. Enjoy. You guys are so mean. Oh no. There's just a whole job to get Archie unstuck. Oh, does Archie get a PA, like a personal assistant? Does it happen so often? Oh my god, we should make a character for Archie's personal assistant. You have become multiple raccoons. Eureka! Microwave waves have superpower effects. Oh dear god. BC stands for Big Cheese. Oh my goodness. No, no, no. You guys are so silly. But yeah, otherwise, it's almost 2:30 in the morning. I think, even though we had some raiders join us, thank you so much for joining us, raiders. I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night now. I still have so much stuff to do. Not tomorrow, when I wake up, as in still the 15th. The 16th, I think we are packing up the car. So everything has to kind of be... Oh, everything has to be ready, because Friday we're driving out. So 17th we're driving really, really early in the morning, like 5, 6 in the morning. So 16th, the car is packed. So yeah, 15th, and then most of the day, the 16th. I am getting the last things done. I'm getting every single thing I fucking can done with the business. Have a great night. Always a pleasure to raid, and even if it for a moment. I'm so sorry we're already heading off, but yeah, thank you so much for the raid. It was so kind of you. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Can't put a car in a microwave, Cryptid. Wait, what? What about a car in a microwave? I didn't do that. Did you do that? I didn't say that, did I? I don't know. Anyway, I hope you guys have a wonderful night. I hope you guys are all comfy and cozy. Not with that attitude. It could be like a toy car. It might melt or explode, but I think it could technically fit. So you just need the right attitude. Oh, for packing the car? If only I went to accounting, I would gladly help do accounting stuff. No, I wouldn't want to torture anyone. Oh no, but yeah, thank you guys. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you're comfy and cozy, and I will see you guys not the 15th, but the 16th? Thursday? Right? Yeah, that's the next streaming day. That's crazy. So then I will be streaming right before we leave for Friday. That means I will not be streaming Saturday, the 18th. I won't be able to stream until we get back, which might be Monday night. Just as a heads up. Bye! See you guys then. Goodbye!